Chapter 361. Oh, you and I don't know each other. What's there to be ashamed of? You go your way, and I go mine. We have nothing to do with each other. Could it be that Your Excellency still wants me to stay and be your personal guard? Hearing those pompous words, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled up and he revealed a cold smile. He stared at the middle-aged man who had appeared on top of the city gate and ridiculed. Ha 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 ha, you're exaggerating. With your background, how could I dare to let you be my personal guard? It's just that no discord, no concord. After yesterday's exchange of blows, I have become very respectful of friends. I hope that we can become true friends. After all, the more friends you have, the more paths you can take. Ha! Seeing Xiao Yan's indifferent appearance, the middle-aged man was not that anxious. He looked at Xiao Yan with a smile on his face. His small eyes were flickering with light. Ah, friend? What a good friend. Could it be that all your friends came by following you? Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a mocking laugh when he heard this. The expression of the large middle-aged man suddenly became ugly when he heard Xiao Yan's words. The middle-aged man was at a loss for words after Xiao Yan's words hit the nail on the head. He did not expect that Xiao Yan had already sensed that someone was following him. However, why did he not find that person? Could it be that he was doing it so that he could mock him at this moment? Ah, what's wrong? You can't answer me. Since that's the case, I won't ask any more. Seeing that the middle-aged man was at a loss for words, Xiao Yan could not help but laugh coldly. When the crowd below and the group of half-martial emperors in the sky looked at the two of them, their gazes were filled with suspicion. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the large middle-aged man did not even have the time to catch his breath when Xiao Yan's body moved quickly. He instantly rushed into the empty air and stood in front of the large middle-aged man. His dark black eyes stared intently at the other party as he softly laughed. If there's nothing else, I won't be accompanying you. As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Yan's figure moved. He wanted to go around the middle-aged man and fly out of the city. Wait! Just as Xiao Yan's body moved, the large middle-aged man took a step forward and blocked Xiao Yan's path. With a solemn expression, he said, I think it's better for your excellency to wait a little longer. Today's weather seems to be excellent, but in my opinion, I'm afraid there will be a storm. Why don't your excellency stay at my place for the night and leave tomorrow? I think Wei Ran, the weather is excellent. It's a good day to cultivate and travel. Moreover, even if there's a storm, with our cultivation, would we care? As soon as Xiao Yan's voice fell, a hurricane appeared in the sky where the two of them were. The hurricane invisibly formed a huge tornado that surrounded Xiao Yan and the middle-aged man. The terrifying storm continued to wreak havoc in the sky above the city gate. The appearance of this scene caused an uproar among the people in the city below. To the majority of the people who had never seen Xiao Yan, facing a 9-star half-martial emperor head-on with the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor was no different from courting death for Xiao Yan. However, after a small portion of the half-martial emperors recognized Xiao Yan, they couldn't help but exclaim. Wasn't the black-robed young man before them the same young man who had forced the middle-aged man to retreat the day before? Just as the crowd was shocked by Xiao Yan's battle results the day before, a portion of the half-martial emperors who had come to the western region from the ancient city of Wildlands recognized that the black-robed young man before them was the famous Yan Xiao from the ancient city of Wildlands in the southern region. In an instant, the various shocking battle results of Xiao Yan in the ancient city of Wildlands were dug out. Some of the things that were already known by everyone in the ancient city of Wildlands had once again become shocking news. In a short moment, the name Yan Xiao was deeply engraved in the hearts of the people in Emerald Green City. Alright, I'm too lazy to speak any more nonsense with you. Tell me, who are you and why have you come looking for trouble with me? Before this, I don't think we've met before. After being silent for a while, Xiao Yan finally snorted impatiently. For some unknown reason, the more he wasted time like this, the more Xiao Yan felt a dangerous aura. The middle-aged man in front of him kept giving him an uneasy feeling. Logically speaking, the current Xiao Yan possessed the Northern King and Xiao Jin by his side. He was no longer afraid of anyone below the Dou Di class. However, this large middle-aged man in front of him was an exception. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to involuntarily feel shocked. I didn't expect you to be so famous in the southern region. Unfortunately, I'm a 9-star half-martial emperor. Compared to the 8-star half-martial emperors they speak of, I'm more than a little stronger. The middle-aged man had a cautious expression as he stared at Xiao Yan. Even though his strength far surpassed Xiao Yan's, he clearly knew that in Xiao Yan's hands, there was a frightening puppet whose strength was comparable to his own. This was something that he couldn't lower his guard about. If I say that these are battle results from 2 years ago, what do you think now? What? The heart of the middle-aged large man appeared as though it had been struck by lightning after Xiao Yan's soft laughter sounded. The Xiao Yan in front of him had actually fought with an 8-star half-D 2 years ago and ended up in an undefeated position. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening his strength was now that 2 years had passed. Moreover, according to what he knew, Xiao Yan was only a 3-star half-martial emperor 2 years ago. Moreover, looking at him now, Xiao Yan's strength had increased by 2 stars in 2 years. This kind of cultivation speed could be said to be the first in history among the half-martial emperors. At the very least, in his impression, other than Xiao Yan, he had never seen a second person with such a fast cultivation speed. Now, can you answer my question? Who exactly are you? Why are you blocking my way here? Hearing Xiao Ying's cold shout, the middle-aged man came back to his senses. At this moment, his fierce-looking face revealed a cold smile. You want to know who made me wait for you here? Let's see if you have enough ability. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's right arm trembled. With a wave of his hand, a pitch-black light flashed. In the next moment, a pitch-black axe appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. Northern King. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan no longer acted courteously. With a shout, the Northern King's well-built body immediately turned into a black light and met the middle-aged man head-on. Zhou Shan, Hou Shui, I'll leave this brat to the two of you. You must quickly take him down. As long as you can take him down, I'll guarantee that the two of you will become 9-star half-martial emperors. As he spoke, the middle-aged man had already started fighting with the Northern King of Yubei. The sounds of intense collisions rose and fell in succession. Sparks flew everywhere. A battle between 9-star half-martial emperors was being played out in this world. When Xiao Yan turned his gaze to the other side, sure enough, Zhou Shan and Hou Shui also turned their gazes towards him. At this moment, the terrifying auras of the two 8-star half-martial emperors completely erupted. The two of them moved simultaneously and charged towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan ignored this. Instead, he once again looked at the middle-aged large man, who was currently engaged in an intense battle with the Northern King. His face revealed a ridiculing expression. Are they bullying me with numbers again? Little Gold. Chapter 362. Bang! Following a loud explosion, the two figures in the sky retreated 300 meters away from each other. Only at this moment was the crowd able to clearly see the situation in the battle. On Xiao Yan's side, Xiao Yan was facing two 8-star half-martial emperors, Zhou Shan and Hou Shui, by himself. This caused Xiao Yan to appear to be in a somewhat sorry state. However, this was something that could not be helped. After all, this was the Western region. Xiao Yan was currently under the nose of the 4 great sects. In order to not expose his heavenly extinction steps, he could only use the 3000 lightning haste for the time being. Fortunately, the 3000 lightning haste was an extremely high-quality movement dose skill below the heaven rank. Although Xiao Yan appeared to be in a somewhat sorry state, his overall strength was not affected. As for the middle-aged man on the other side, his current situation was much more miserable than Xiao Yan's. Unlike an 8-star half-martial emperor, he was a 9-star half-martial emperor. Although he possessed tyrannical strength, he was simply no match for the Northern King and Xiao Jin. The Northern King's body of steel was indestructible. Xiao Jin's body was covered with lightning and could not be touched. Fighting against the two of them, the middle-aged man could be said to have suffered greatly. At this moment, seeing that the two sides had retreated and had time to catch their breath, the middle-aged man immediately turned his gaze toward Zhou Shan and Hou Shui. When he saw that Xiao Yan was actually unscathed by their attacks, he immediately shouted angrily. "Bastards! Exactly what are the two of you doing? It's been so long, yet you're actually unable to even take care of a 5-star half-martial emperor?" Zhou Shan and Hou Shui felt rather helpless toward this. They had originally thought that with their strength as 8-star half-martial emperors, they would only be able to take care of a 5-star half-martial emperor in 2 or 3 moves. However, who would have thought that Xiao Yan's speed would actually be this frightening? When he used his full strength, his speed was about the same as their expectations. Although they had been taking the initiative and Xiao Yan could only passively take a beating, they were still unable to capture Xiao Yan in a short period of time. Although their attacks appeared ferocious, Xiao Yan's actual injuries were merely some superficial wounds. Compared to the middle-aged man's situation, he was simply unscathed. If the two of you are still unable to take care of him, then you'll have to think of a way to increase your cultivation. With a furious cry, the middle-aged man turned his head. Both of his arms suddenly shook as the dou-qi within his body wildly poured out, transforming into a dou-qi light pillar that shot to the sky. His aura was like a rainbow as his body moved and once again charged toward the Northern King and Xiao Jin. The hearts of the two 8-star half-martial emperors, Zhou Shan and Yi Shui, immediately became anxious after being urged by the large middle-aged man. They turned around and cried out sternly to Xiao Yan. "Oh! You want me to attack so badly?" The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a playful smile as he sneered. "Humph! You're merely a 5-star half-martial emperor. Why would the two of us be afraid of you? As long as you don't dodge, I guarantee that we'll take you down in one move. Cut the crap. If you want to capture me, then come at me. Let's see what you can do to me even if I don't dodge." After he shouted, Xiao Yan's body shook violently. He waved his arms and heavenly flames gushed out from his palms. They turned into 2 colorful fire dragons and charged toward Zhou Shan and Xiao Shui respectively. "Humph! It's just a small trick. How dare you play with me, an 8-star half-martial emperor? You're simply courting death." Seeing this, Zhou Shan sneered. He took a big step forward and dou-qi surged out from his body. His 5 fingers formed a fist and dou-qi quickly condensed in his palm. The dou-qi condensed into an ice-blue shark on the surface of his skin. He threw a punch at one of the fire dragons. "You're really full of crap. You're not satisfied? Then try this." Bang! Bang! Following Xiao Yan's gloomy voice, the 2 fire dragons were killed by the 2 8-star half-martial emperors. Although the 2 had destroyed the fire dragons with a single attack, their auras did not decrease in the slightest. With a wave of their hands, they broke through the waves of flames and charged toward Xiao Yan. Angry Buddha Samsara. At the instant when the 2 of them charged out of the waves of flames, what entered their eyes were 2 Xiao Yan. This scene caused the expressions on their faces to involuntarily freeze. However, by the time they came back to their senses, high up in the sky, Xiao Yan and his incarnation had both condensed the angry Buddha Samsara in their hands. 2 flaming discs were rapidly spinning in the hands of the 2 Xiao Yan. With a thought from the 2 of them, the pitch-black specks of light in the middle of the flaming discs suddenly shook. In the next instant, 2 pitch-black light pillars nearly 100 feet in length shot out from the hands of the 2 Xiao Yan. They directly shot toward the 2 8-star half-martial emperors below. Not good. Following a cry of alarm, even though Xiao Yan wanted to dodge, it was already too late. At the instant the 2 angry Buddha Samsara were shot out, Xiao Yan had already used the Void Great Tao to instantly pass through the void and arrived before the 2 8-star half-martial emperors. At the same time as Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, a frightening explosion landed on the chests of the 2 men. Boom! Following the two explosions, everyone in the Green Jade City could only see two pitch-black pillars of light descending from the sky. They were like meteorites as they ruthlessly smashed into the Green Jade City. They emitted a thunderous sound that shook the heavens and caused a cloud of dust to fill the sky. With this attack, more than half of the Emerald Green City started to tremble. At this moment, everyone in the Emerald Green City turned their gazes toward the eastern gate of the Emerald Green City. That place was where Xiao Yan and the others were located. At this moment, everyone in the Emerald Green City was looking at Xiao Yan in the eastern part of the city with astonishment. Many people had already rushed over and gathered there. In a short period of time, Xiao Yan's achievements had spread through more than half of the Emerald Green City. While the crowd was discussing Xiao Yan, the latter's eyes were narrowed as he stared at the dense cloud of dust below. The expression on his face did not appear arrogant because he had won with a single attack. Although the two Buddha's Fury Samsara attacks from earlier were powerful, the power they contained was only half of Xiao Yan's power when he used them alone. Xiao Yan did not believe that he would be able to defeat two 8-star half-martial emperors with merely this attack. However, Xiao Yan was gratified by the fact that his control over the Void Grand Tao had become more and more proficient as he fought. Of course, even though that attack from earlier could barely be considered acceptable in Xiao Yan's heart, in the eyes of the crowd below, it could be said to be world-shaking. After all, if the rumors of Xiao Yan being able to defeat 8-star half-martial emperors without being defeated by them were not enough to convince them, then Xiao Yan, with the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor, had sent two 8-star half-martial emperors flying with a single attack. This had truly appeared before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. However, just as everyone's hearts were feeling shocked by Xiao Yan's strength, two earth-shaking furious cries were suddenly emitted from the city below. Humph! Brat! With only this little bit of ability, you actually dare to show it off. You truly don't know the meaning of death. Scram down here and receive your death. Chapter 363. Ha 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 ha. Come and try this. In the sky, Xiao Yan faced the two 8-star half-martial emperors in front of him with a hearty laugh. He exchanged glances with his incarnation by the side and the two, Xiao Yan, smiled knowingly. Immediately, they swung their sleeves forward at the same time. In the next moment, one could see hundreds of crystal-clear jade bottles flying out of nowhere. They turned into numerous rays of light that shot toward the two 8-star half-martial emperors, Zhou Shan and Hou Shui. Numerous palm-sized fire lotuses were slowly floating within these jade bottles. They vaguely emitted a frightening strength that could cause the expression of an elite Dosheng to change. These jade bottles were the fire lotus bottles that only Xiao Yan could refine. The two 8-star half-martial emperors, Zhou Shan and Hou Shui, were unconcerned when they saw the hundreds of jade bottles flying toward them. With their strength, they naturally did not need to worry when facing a 5-star half-martial emperor like Xiao Yan. Bang! 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 However, when the hundreds of fire lotus bottles exploded together, the expressions of Zhou Shan and Hou Shui involuntarily changed. What? Hundreds of fire lotus bottles. The strength that each fire lotus bottle had erupted with was not inferior to a D-class Do technique. With so many fire lotus bottles exploding at the same time, the strength was something that even a Band D expert like them would not feel good about. Of course, Xiao Yan was not foolish enough to think that he would be able to harm them with just this. When facing an 8-star half-martial emperor, only a true human class Do skill would be able to cause a fatal injury to them. An ordinary Do skill would be like scratching an itch in the eyes of an expert of this class as long as they were cautious. Humph! Brat, you have quite a number of little tricks. Unfortunately, if you only have these tricks, you should obediently roll over here and accept your death. Suddenly, Zhou Shan's cold cry was emitted from the middle of the explosion of the fire lotus bottle. Immediately, the fog that was stirred up by the explosion was abruptly scattered. A human figure whose entire body was covered by purple-colored Do Qi suddenly charged out from within it. With a wave of his hand, a spear appeared in Zhou Shan's hand. Holding the spear with one hand, Zhou Shan twisted his wrist and pointed the tip of the spear at Xiao Yan. Exerting strength in his arm, he poured his combat power into the spear. Purple lightning appeared on the surface of the spear, twisting like a purple lightning snake. In the next moment, Zhou Shan's figure suddenly moved. His right foot stomped on the void and an earth-shattering sound was heard. Zhou Shan's body instantly turned into a beam of purple light. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared right in front of Xiao Yan. He pointed the long spear in his hand and the tip of the spear pierced towards Xiao Yan's head. On the other side, Ruo Shui charged towards Xiao Yan's avatar. The avatar's strength was not comparable to the original body. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be at a disadvantage. It would not be long before it would be defeated by Ruo Shui. Lightning spike. With a low cry, Zhou Shan's body once again exerted strength. As the combat power in his body surged, the dazzling purple lightning swept out continuously, forming circles of invisible space ripples in the surrounding void. The cold wind continuously hit Xiao Yan's face. His hair danced in the wind. The suffocating feeling caused Xiao Yan to unconsciously narrow his eyes. The tip of the spear that was rapidly approaching caused Xiao Yan to feel a piercing pain between his eyebrows. A trace of bright red blood slowly flowed down from between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. He frowned slightly and a gorgeous color appeared in his dark eyes. Facing Zhou Shan, who was right in front of him, Xiao Yan's heart was not the slightest bit nervous. Just as the long spear was about to attack, Xiao Yan slowly extended his hand and grasped the air. Immediately, the dark heavy buster sword was placed horizontally in front of him. Ding! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The veins on Xiao Yan's hand that was holding the dark heavy buster sword were exposed. His right arm shook and his left hand slapped the body of the dark heavy buster sword. An enormous force vibrated and barely blocked the frightening combat power that came with it. Amen. Your strength is not small. However, with just this, you are still not my match. Scram! Seeing that his attack was actually forcibly blocked by Xiao Yan, Zhou Shan could not help but feel astonished. Being able to block the attack of an 8-star half-martial emperor without the help of a Do skill, this was already sufficient to prove Xiao Yan's strength. However, to Zhou Shan, this was still far from enough. The difference in strength between a 5-star half-martial emperor and an 8-star half-martial emperor was not something that could be made up for with strength alone. Ha! With a stern shout, Zhou Shan's arm shook. His wrist that was holding the long spear fiercely shook. The long spear in his hand was like a long snake as it rapidly twisted in his hand. The tip of the spear danced in the air. In Zhou Shan's hand, it rapidly split into several hundred long spears made of Do Qi. With a shake of the body of the spear, it ferociously pierced toward Xiao Yan. 100 revolution sky-splitting spear. Ha! Brat, let's see how you're going to block this. The 100 long spears were like an enormous net that completely enveloped Xiao Yan. In this sort of situation, Xiao Yan was practically unable to dodge. Of course, he did not need to dodge. Dodge? When did I say that I was going to dodge? At the same time that those words were spoken, Xiao Yan's hand that was holding the dark heavy buster sword gradually increased in strength. The Do Qi within his body rapidly surged and converged into the huge buster sword in his hand. 6 corporeal body flowing ruler. 6 corporeal fire. Ha! In the instant that he raised his head, flames violently shot out from Xiao Yan's eyes. Like arrows piercing through the clouds, they burned the 2 long spears that were aimed at Xiao Yan into nothingness. Taking half a step back, Xiao Yan's aura also shook. An overwhelming oppressive might quietly spread throughout the heaven and earth. The expressions of many people in the city could not help but change slightly. The strength of this oppressive might was definitely not something that ordinary 5-star half-martial emperors could compare to. With Xiao Yan's consolidation realm's soul power, coupled with his strength that had already surpassed his cultivation level, his oppressive might was not something that ordinary 5-star half-martial emperors could compare to. In the next instant, at the instant when the 100 long spears approached Xiao Yan's body, Xiao Yan suddenly waved the huge buster sword in his hand. In Xiao Yan's hand, the flexibility of the huge buster sword far surpassed that of Zhou Shan's long spears. This was something that even Zhou Shan could not help but feel astonished in his heart when he saw it. When the huge buster sword flew around in Xiao Yan's hand like a light sword, the sharp and overbearing tip of the buster sword, with an extremely ingenious and strange angle, knocked away all of the long spears. At the same time, the frightening power contained within the buster sword shattered the long spears with a bang. The long spears turned into dots of energy that filled the sky and dissipated into the air. Zhou Shan's expression was ugly as he took a step back when Xiao Yan's eyes were indifferent as he sent the last long spear flying. It was unexpected that this attack of his, which had no weakness, would actually be defeated by Xiao Yan's hands. The thing that caused him to lose the most face was that these hundreds of long spears were actually unable to break through the defense of the enormous ruler in Xiao Yan's hand from the beginning until the end. Little bastard! See if I don't personally take care of you. With a furious cry, Zhou Shan's body suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He waved his arm and the long spear in his hand swept out. The sharp tip of the spear drew a purple lightning glow in the air. The lightning glow agglomerated into a substance and turned into a thunderbolt that contained frightening douqi that charged toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, Zhou Shan's body turned and arrived behind Xiao Yan. The long spear in his hand suddenly waved and violently pierced forward. He once again charged toward Xiao Yan. Seeing the two frightening auras coming one after the other, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth slowly lifted into a cold smile. Both of his eyes narrowed as he flipped his hand and returned the heavy buster sword to his storage ring. With a thought, a strange dark black energy swiftly agglomerated and the great Wei muslin cloak slowly appeared on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Ah! I've played enough. I'll finish you off in one go. At the same time that the great Wei muslin cloak appeared, numerous complicated seals swiftly appeared in Xiao Yan's hands. Following the appearance of these seals, 6 spatial tents that were agglomerated from the great Way of the Void within 100 feet of Xiao Yan's body also slowly appeared. The 6 tents surrounded Xiao Yan from 6 different directions. Following the appearance of the 6 tents, Xiao Yan's face swiftly turned pale. Clearly, using the spatial tents was a huge drain on his body. At the instant that the 6 tents were completely agglomerated, Zhou Shan's long spear was less than an inch away from Xiao Yan's forehead. Following this, the long spear only needed to move an inch closer and Xiao Yan would immediately be killed by the long spear. However, the powerful and sharp tip of the spear actually directly pierced through Xiao Yan's head. However, there was not a trace of blood. Even the sound of a skull cracking could not be heard. This is an afterimage. Instantly, Zhou Shan's heart felt as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. It was hard to imagine that at such a distance, Xiao Yan did not show any signs of dodging at all. Even just now, he did not feel the slightest fluctuation in space. How did Xiao Yan disappear in front of him? This was a half-emperor expert. It was impossible for him to not leave any trace when facing him. It was impossible. Bang! With a bang, the incoming bolt of lightning ruthlessly struck Zhou Shan's body while he was absent-minded. After being injured by his own attack, Zhou Shan regained his senses and felt rather angry. Of course, he was more surprised. After a moment, he immediately felt an aura fluctuation behind him. However, when he turned around to look, Xiao Yan's figure actually appeared in one of the 6 tents. At the same time, in Xiao Yan's hand, the giant black ruler had been dyed red from the inside out. An extremely terrifying aura of destruction continuously spread out from it. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, 1 ruler. After the cry sounded, the giant ruler in Xiao Yan's hand fell. A rainbow light shot out and blocked Zhou Shan's sight. Although Zhou Shan was injured, he did not dare to remain any longer. The long spear in his hand rotated and surging douqi crazily surged out from his body and poured into the long spear in his hand. Shocking lightning waterfall. With a similar cry, the long spear in Zhou Shan's hand violently pierced forward. purple-colored doqi swiftly agglomerated into 1,000 feet tall thunderbolt wave in front of him. Its aura was like a rainbow as it charged toward the incoming 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. Zhou Shan's expression was cold. He was confident that this move of his was definitely not weaker than Xiao Yan's. Even if the latter had the upper hand, he would still be unable to defeat him. However, just as Zhou Shan was quietly laughing coldly in his heart, another cry was once again emitted from behind him. This time around, it came from another part of the 6 tents. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, 2 feet. Chapter 364. Spatial Tent. This was a method of controlling the great way of the void that Xiao Yan had comprehended after swallowing countless thunderbolts in the lightning pool. This method allowed Xiao Yan to perform a spatial leap in an extremely short period of time. The speed of the spatial leap was something that even a 9-star half-emperor could not compare with. Hence, this could be said to be another of Xiao Yan's trump cards. With Xiao Yan's current ability, he was only able to form a spatial tent within 100 feet of him. Hence, it was naturally not practical for him to use it to escape in a real battle. As for a real battle, Xiao Yan had an extremely good idea. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. 5 feet. Xiao Yan's figure, which had disappeared a moment ago, once again appeared in the sky. At the same time, one of the 6 tents also disappeared. The instant Xiao Yan appeared, the wide heavy Xian ruler in his hand violently fell. A low cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. A bright red doqi light suddenly flashed from the tip of the huge ruler. In the next moment, a majestic ruler glow shot out from the tip of the ruler. It soared with the wind and turned into 1,000 feet long ruler glow. It shot directly toward Zhou Shan, who was currently blocking the 4th ruler glow. Bang! Once the attack was swung, the ruler glow shot out. Zhou Shan was unable to dodge in time. This ruler completely landed on his body. The frightening strength that it contained also completely erupted at this moment. When the intense bang sounded, Zhou Shan's body also flew back uncontrollably. A large mouthful of blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. The aura of his entire body also became weak. Connecting 5 feet in such a short period of time was already quite a big burden for him. Moreover, each of Xiao Yan's ruler strikes was equivalent to a human class Do skill. In this way, even though Zhou Shan was an 8-star half-emperor, he was still unable to endure it. When this scene appeared, the crowd below could not help but let out a series of hissing sounds as they sucked in a breath of cold air. Evidently, even though they had already heard of Xiao Yan's various battle accomplishments, hearing was inferior to seeing for themselves. At this moment, seeing Zhou Shan, an 8-star half-martial emperor, being beaten back by Xiao Yan, a 5-star half-martial emperor, causing the crowd to be even more astonished by Xiao Yan's strength. At the same time, Yan Zhao's name was quickly engraved in the hearts of everyone in Emerald Green City. Compared to the crowd's shock, Xiao Yan was much calmer. Although he was also extremely confident in his 5 feet of strength, he also knew that with just this 5 feet of strength, he would at most be able to injure Zhou Shan quite a bit. However, if he wanted to seriously injure the latter, it was still a little lacking. Thus, after the 5th strike, Xiao Yan did not dare to hesitate. With a thought, his black gown started to flutter. Suddenly, a pitch-black radiance surged and enveloped Xiao Yan within it. In an instant, Xiao Yan's body disappeared. At the same time, in another location, in the final tent of the 6 paths, a pitch-black heavy ruler had unknowingly appeared in the air. His powerful hand gripped the giant ruler tightly as scarlet-red flames soared into the sky. The surging aura shook the world. When everyone present looked at the ruler light, their eyes could not help but reveal a deep solemn expression. Even an expert as strong as a Ban-Di revealed a deep fear in his eyes when he looked at Xiao Yan at this moment. To be able to erupt with such powerful strength with the cultivation of a 5-star half-martial emperor, how could such a person possibly be an ordinary person? 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler. 6 feet. A low shout was heard. When the 6-foot ruler was swung, its aura broke through the sky. A wave of blazing do-chi rapidly swept forth, causing the temperature of the surroundings to rise abruptly. As the enormous ruler was swung, another graceful ruler's light appeared in the sky. It was like a scarlet-red waterfall from the 9 heavens. The destructive aura contained within it caused even half-martial emperors to blush with shame. If this attack were to land, even if Zhou Shan did not die, he would definitely be seriously injured. However, at the very next moment, "Ha! Brat, you're too arrogant. Have you forgotten that I am here?" At this crucial moment, the other 8-star half-martial emperor, Fei Shui, who was originally fighting against Xiao Yan's clone, arrived at this moment. With a wave of his arm, a thin and long jade-green sword appeared in his hand. Aquatic sword. As soon as the sword appeared, Fei Shui chopped down vertically. A jade-green radiance suddenly shot out. It rapidly grew in size as it met the wind. Similarly, it turned into a 10,000-foot-long waterfall that ruthlessly met Xiao Yan's ruler's light head-on. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly swept out, and the dazzling white light covered the sun's brilliance. At this moment, the sky and the earth were bright white, and no one could open their eyes. Under the white light that was as sharp as a sword, even if they closed their eyes, they still couldn't completely avoid it. Under the envelopment of the white light, even the battle between the little golden North King and the middle-aged man on the other side was forced to stop. From this, it could be seen just how great the strength of the collision between Xiao Yan and Yi Shui was. After a long while, when the white light dissipated, the crowd removed their hands that were covering their eyes. Their eyelids trembled slightly as the familiar sunlight shone into their eyes. The world in front of them also became real. When everyone raised their eyes and looked over, they saw that the 2 battlefields in the sky had been forced to stop due to this intense collision. However, looking at the gradually tense atmosphere at this moment, there seemed to be an even more frightening storm brewing in an invisible manner. The middle-aged man's gaze was grave as he faced the Northern King and Little Golden. Under the joint attack of the 2 9-star half-martial emperors, although he was the strongest person present, he was also the one in the most miserable state. The majestic aura of a 9-star half-martial emperor was no longer present. His vast and boundless do-chi had become weak. It was as if he was unable to endure any longer. His defeat was only a matter of time. On the other hand, the black lightning that enveloped the Northern King and Little Golden's body was much more tyrannical. During the battle, the lightning that had not been refined within his body was gradually being devoured. His body's strength grew stronger and stronger, and he became more and more courageous as he fought. As for Little Golden, his eyes were filled with excitement. Ever since he had made a breakthrough, he had yet to truly fight to his heart's content. Even the battle with Mu Han had ended in a hasty manner. As such, Little Golden was unable to display his strength. The current battle was instead a kind of assistance to him. "Humph, brat, your strength is indeed much stronger than we imagined. If Zhou Shan were to face you alone, he wouldn't have the slightest chance of survival today. However, it's a pity that there are 2 of us. You're facing 2 8-star half-martial emperors by yourself. It's absolutely impossible for you to defeat us." With a cold expression, Yu Shui stared at Xiao Yan, whose aura was slightly weak. His sharp eyes would occasionally cast grave gazes at Xiao Yan. Regardless of whether Xiao Yan would be defeated or not, the fact that he had faced 2 8-star half-martial emperors by himself was already enough for him to be proud of himself. At this moment, Xiao Yan's state appeared to be slightly weak. After using the 6 spatial tents and the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, Xiao Yan had consumed an enormous amount of do-chi. At this moment, the amount of do-chi remaining in Xiao Yan's body was not even 3/5 of his peak state. From this, it could be seen how enormous the consumption of do-chi was when using the spatial tents. Of course, it could be seen that while Xiao Yan's do-chi was being rapidly consumed, the effects of the spatial tents had greatly exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. This kind of sudden and quick attack was able to create enormous psychological pressure on the opponent. At the same time, it also greatly increased Xiao Yan's chances of victory in the battle. To Xiao Yan, who was always at the heart of the storm, this was undoubtedly an extremely good attacking method. Although this kind of attacking method appeared to be somewhat negative, Xiao Yan also understood in his heart that there was nothing he could do about it. Born in a chaotic world, if one wanted to survive, sometimes one had to rely on all kinds of methods. Tyrannical Do skills, strange movement techniques, mystical secret techniques, soul power, medicinal pills, formations, and so on. Weren't these all the methods of cultivators? Under the temptation and drive of strength, everyone would either actively or passively develop in this direction. In many cases, the type of methods one used could not determine one's nature. Just like how one could not be judged by one's appearance, things that appeared beautiful were not necessarily beautiful. As for the use of methods, it was also different from person to person. If a person was kind, then things would be kind. If a person was evil, then things would be evil. Old Gu, can you lend me a hand? Xiao Yan deeply exhaled. He slowly raised his gaze and looked at Ruo Shui. To the side, Zhou Shan's somewhat weak figure once again soared into the sky. His gaze was dark and stern as he stared at Xiao Yan. Fear was revealed deep within his eyes. He had never imagined that he, a grand 8-star half-martial emperor, would actually suffer in the hands of a 5-star half-martial emperor brat. Xiao Yan looked at Zhou Shan and Ruo Shui as he softly said in his heart. At the same time, the Do Qi within his body swiftly surged. Hu, between heaven and earth, a piercing wind suddenly whistled. Xiao Yan stood within the wind. With Xiao Yan as the center, an invisible whirlwind swept out in all directions. With a thought from Xiao Yan, a puff sound was heard. Gorgeous heavenly flames immediately gushed out from the bottom of his feet and rapidly covered Xiao Yan's entire body. An extremely frightening aura rapidly spread out from Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, the expressions of everyone present changed. In the sky, Zhou Shan and Ruo Shui sensed the powerful aura emitted from Xiao Yan's body. Their expressions involuntarily changed slightly. They glanced at each other and a trace of seriousness appeared in their eyes. There's something strange about this brat. We can't be careless. Attack together and finish him off. As long as we can take him down, the two of us will be able to become 9-star half-martial emperors. Attack! Zhou Shan and Ruo Shui shouted at the same time. Immediately after, their bodies moved. The Do Qi within their bodies crazily surged as they charged towards Xiao Yan. Facing the two people who were charging towards him, Xiao Yan's eyes that were wrapped in flames slowly raised. He stared at the two of them and said in his heart. E-rank Do skill. Heart. Shattering. Palm. Chapter 365. Western Region, Linsui City. In the sky, an extremely frightening aura was emitted from Xiao Yan's body. His two fair palms were stiffly suspended in midair. If his palms were to land, two people would die. When Xiao Yan withdrew his palms with a cold glint in his eyes, Zhou Shan and Hou Shui, who were originally charging toward Xiao Yan, suddenly stopped. When the two of them lowered their heads to look, they discovered that Xiao Yan's hands had unknowingly pressed against their chests. At the same time, the seventh tent behind Xiao Yan also disappeared. After exhausting all of his Do Qi and putting forth all of his strength, Xiao Yan condensed the seventh tent. With lightning speed and the frightening might of the heart-shattering palm, he killed the two 8-star half-martial emperors before him with a single strike. At the instant Xiao Yan's palms landed on their chests, the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body was completely exhausted. With all of his Do Qi and the assistance of Guyu, a frightening amount of energy condensed in Xiao Yan's palms. Following a thought from Xiao Yan, the frightening amount of energy instantly burst forth. By the time Zhou Shan and Hou Shui returned to their senses, they felt an intense tearing pain from their chests. Immediately after, an overbearing and frightening Do Qi appeared in their bodies without any warning. The instant the Do Qi appeared, it immediately began to wreak havoc in Zhou Shan and Hou Shui's bodies. In a situation where the two of them were completely defenseless, this frightening Do Qi destroyed their bodies in an unstoppable manner. All of their internal organs and meridians were shattered. At the same time, their souls were also destroyed by this power. As their pupils enlarged without limit, all of the life in the eyes of the two 8-star half-martial emperors rapidly disappeared. At the same time, the frightening dou qi that had been surging like a tide in Xiao Yan's palms a second ago dissipated like a gentle breeze in the next instant. At this moment, the number of 8-star half-martial emperors that had been killed by Xiao Yan's palms had increased by 2. It must be said that the terror of an intent rank dou technique was indeed not something that an ordinary dou technique could compare with. Even though the current Xiao Yan was unable to unleash the full might of the heart-shattering palm, the two 8-star half-martial emperors that few people could match were instantly killed by Xiao Yan's palm strike. An E-rank dou technique was really terrifying. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening the strength that Xiao Yan would unleash when he was able to unleash the full strength of the heart-shattering palm in the future. It was likely that even a dou di would no longer be a match for Xiao Yan. Without mentioning what would happen in the future, the deaths of the two 8-star half-martial emperors had truly appeared before everyone's eyes. Countless people in Emerald Green City were dumbstruck as they watched the scene in the sky. Xiao Yan stood in the sky. His two hands were in a posture that indicated that he was going to throw his palms forward. Opposite him, the two bodies that had already lost all of their life force fell backwards. Under everyone's attentive gazes, they ruthlessly smashed into the city below. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded. The two corpses were deeply embedded into the ground, causing dust to fill the sky. A gentle breeze brushed past and the dust dispersed. Everyone saw the two corpses in the crater. Even though he had died, a half-martial emperor was still a half-martial emperor. Other than not being able to see any signs of life, his body was actually completely unharmed after being smashed down from such a great height. This, from another angle, proved how powerful a half-martial emperor was. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful they were unable to withstand a single blow from an intent rank dou technique. Of course, if they were prepared for Xiao Yan's attack, the result would naturally be different. However, there were no ifs in this world. Reality was like this. One might appear powerful, but one was unable to withstand a single blow. Grug, Xiao Yan involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood in the sky. At the same time, his expression swiftly turned pale. The aura of his body swiftly weakened. He seemed to have reached the end of his tether. Despite having Gu Yu's help, the frightening strength of the heart-shattering palm that he had forcefully unleashed in that kind of condition had still caused some backlash to Xiao Yan. However, this was undoubtedly much better than the deaths of Zhou Shan and Yi Shui. Xiao Yan's body swayed as he landed on the city gate. He hurriedly consumed 2 D-tier medicinal pills to replenish his energy. After the medicinal pills entered his mouth, a gentle dou qi swiftly turned into waves of clear spring that flowed all over Xiao Yan's body. Some of the injuries that had been left behind after unleashing the heart-shattering palm began to slowly recover at this moment. On the other side, fear immediately surged into the heart of the large middle-aged man after seeing his two capable assistants being killed by Xiao Yan in one blow. It was also because of this that the Northern King and Xiao Jin had left behind a huge opening. Revealing an opening in a big fight between Ban emperors was no different from sending oneself to one's death. Hence, the large middle-aged man had clearly fallen into a disadvantage within a short moment. After Xiao Yan landed on the city gate, the large middle-aged man finally let his guard down. The Northern King seized this opportunity and violently smashed a punch into his back. The Northern King might only be a puppet, but due to its unique refinement method, all of the fighting experience and fighting techniques of the Northern Dragon King were contained in the Northern King's indifferent thoughts. Hence, the result of this attack immediately brought about an end to the long drawn-out battle. With this punch, the large middle-aged man's body was no longer under his control and flew backwards. At the same time, Xiao Jin also took advantage of the situation. A frightening golden lightning that connected the sky and the earth descended and violently struck the large middle-aged man's body. Accompanied by a dense charred smell, the large middle-aged man's aura also suddenly fell to rock bottom. Even though he was not seriously injured, he was not far from death. Bang! Under the might of the thunderbolt, the large middle-aged man was violently smashed into the city below. The frightening force caused the entire emerald green city to shake intensely. When everyone focused their gazes, they saw that the large middle-aged man's body was completely charred black in the enormous crater that was smashed into the ground. Nothing could be seen on his bald head, and the embroidered gown he wore had been turned into nothingness by the thunderbolt. As for this large man, he was completely naked as he lay in the crater. This scene caused some of the beautiful cultivators in the crowd to frown, turn around, and retreat to the back of the crowd. When the large middle-aged man's miserable appearance was seen by the crowd, he was involuntarily met with gazes of mockery. However, the current him did not have the time to care about those gazes of mockery and ridicule. At this moment, the most important thing in the large middle-aged man's heart was his own life. He had never imagined that Xiao Yan's overall strength would be so much stronger than what the information stated. Merely in terms of 9-star half-martial emperors, Xiao Yan possessed more than him. Moreover, the information stated that Xiao Yan would, at the very most, be able to defeat an 8-star half-martial emperor. However, at this moment, before the gazes of tens of thousands of people, he had instantly killed 2 8-star half-martial emperors. Staring closely at Xiao Yan, who was above the city gate, the large middle-aged man immediately thought of retreating. With the strength that Xiao Yan currently possessed, it was simply impossible for him to be a match for him. Rather than meeting force with force, it would be better for him to retreat for now. As for the others, so be it if they came. By that time, Xiao Yan would have already left, and they would not be able to do anything to him. Thinking of that, the large middle-aged man slowly narrowed his eyes. His deep gaze stared closely at Xiao Yan. From the corner of his eyes, he would occasionally glance at the Northern King and Xiao Jin, who had once again surrounded him. Cough cough, the large middle-aged man staggered backwards. His yellow douqi condensed into a yellow robe on the surface of his body. As the Northern King and Xiao Yan drew closer, he stared closely at Xiao Yan and shouted with a weak voice, "Why are you being so ruthless? Why must you be so resolute? I've already been defeated by you. If you want to leave, then you can leave. I will absolutely not stop you. However, if you insist on going your own way and insist on fighting me to the death, then even if I die, I believe that you won't obtain any benefits." Noisy, Xiao Yan replied in an indifferent tone when he heard the large middle-aged man's weak voice. He secretly spoke to Xiao Jin and the Northern King before focusing on refining the Emperor-tier medicinal pill in his body. At this moment, the most important thing for Xiao Yan was the injuries in his body. Although the large middle-aged man had already been defeated, the feeling of danger in Xiao Yan's heart had become increasingly dense. He could vaguely sense that a danger was rapidly approaching him. It was likely too late to retreat now, hence, Xiao Yan was even more curious about the reason why the large middle-aged man had stopped him. Since it was unavoidable, it was better to understand the entire situation as soon as possible. In the city, Xiao Jin and the Northern King once again charged toward the large middle-aged man while Xiao Yan had entered his training state. When the large middle-aged man saw this, a solemn expression immediately appeared on his face. The small amount of douqi in his body quickly surged at this moment and condensed into an earthy yellow douqi armor on the surface of his body. His pitch-black eyes also surged with an earthy yellow light. Ha! In the next moment, the three figures collided violently once again. In the Yunyin Pavilion in Emerald Green City. Luo Jin and Zhang Yi were watching the scene in the east of the city from the pavilion. Luo Jin's face was a little surprised. He was secretly surprised in his heart. Xiao Yan's control of the Void Great Tao was becoming more and more proficient. As for Zhang Yi, if he had doubts about the rumors about Xiao Yan before, now that he had personally witnessed Xiao Yan killing 2 8-star half-emperors, he had no choice but to treat Xiao Yan seriously. The Do skill that he used just now should be an E-rank Do skill. Other than an E-rank Do skill, there shouldn't be another Do skill that could destroy the bodies and souls of Zhou Shan and Yi Shui. Zhang Yi looked at Xiao Yan from afar and spoke in a somewhat low tone. Yes, it is indeed an E-rank Do skill. However, from the looks of it, with his current strength, he is unable to unleash the full strength of this Do skill. Luo Jin nodded when he heard this and spoke. Zhang Yi also nodded. He was naturally able to see this. However, the thing that caused him to feel strange was that Xiao Yan was actually able to use an E-rank Do skill in his previous condition. Even though Xiao Yan's combat strength far exceeded his level, this was still not the reason why Xiao Yan was able to use an E-rank Do skill that surpassed his Do Qi. However, since this was the case, how did he manage to use this E-rank Do skill? Zhang Yi's old face was tightly knit. His heart was filled with questions. On the other side, the large middle-aged man was unable to withstand the double attack of the Northern King and Xiao Jin within a short period of time and was helplessly defeated. After the large middle-aged man was defeated, the Northern King grabbed him by the throat. The large middle-aged man was lifted up by the Northern King without any strength in his body. With a forceful throw, the large middle-aged man was thrown in front of Xiao Yan like a dead chicken. Grug! The large middle-aged man had just landed on the ground when he involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of his entire body was extremely weak. He had already reached the stage where he would be beaten to death due to his serious injuries. Xiao Yan, who was in the midst of his training, slowly opened his eyes. He sensed the Do Qi in his body that had recovered slightly. His eyes were indifferent as he looked at the heavily injured middle-aged man in front of him. He said indifferently, "Tell me who sent you to intercept me. If you tell me, I can spare your life." Ugh! The large middle-aged man's entire body trembled. He vaguely whimpered, but he could not spit out a single word. Seeing this, Xiao Yan slowly narrowed his eyes. A cold light shot out from his eyes. Since the fellow before him was unwilling to speak, he could not be bothered with him. Xiao Yan would not leave any hidden dangers for himself. Since he had already made his move, he naturally would not leave any hidden dangers for himself. With a thought, the Northern King's figure pierced through the air and ruthlessly stomped on the large middle-aged man's chest. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Xiao Yan would risk his life for his friends. However, he did not mind stabbing his enemies a few more times. With a thought, Xiao Yan had the Northern King ruthlessly kick the large middle-aged man's abdomen. Under this kick that was filled with imposing aura, the large middle-aged man's body was immediately sent flying uncontrollably. The Northern King took advantage of the large middle-aged man's body. He tightly clenched his fist and ruthlessly smashed it down on the large middle-aged man's head. If this punch landed, even if the large middle-aged man had the body of a 9-star half-martial emperor, he would not be able to escape death. However, in the next moment, an old voice that contained some surprise suddenly sounded in the sky. "Ha, brat, I did not expect that you would actually grow to such an extent in 2 years. Even a 9-star half-martial emperor is no longer a match for you. If possible, the old me would really like to take you as my disciple. Unfortunately, it is fated that you must die in my hands today." As the aged voice was heard, the entire emerald green city was suddenly enveloped by an extremely frightening aura. It was as if there was an invisible Mount Tai pressing down on everyone's heads. Before this aura, even those as powerful as 9-star half-martial emperors could only bow their heads before it. Xiao Yan, who was standing on the city's eastern gate, also had a grave expression the moment this aura descended. From what he could see, there was only one person who could compare with the strength of this aura among all the people he knew. That person was Qing Feng from the Ginseng spiritual tribe. Since this was the case, it was not difficult to guess the strength of the person who had arrived. It was very obvious that the person who had descended on Green City was a genuine Do D class expert. In Green City, a Do D had descended. Chapter 366. Do D. Xiao Yan slowly stood up from the top of the city gate. His expression was grave as he looked around him. His heart was filled with shock. He did not know who the person who had come was. However, there was one thing that he was certain of. From the words of the old man earlier, he was able to tell that the person who had come had definitely come for him. As for the other party's identity, Xiao Yan had never offended a Do D-class person in his memories. Therefore, he was completely unaware of the person in front of him. May I know who elder is? This junior is Yan Xiao. I have just arrived at this place. If I have offended you, I hope that elder will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. As for this person, if elder wishes to protect him, I can also let him off on account of elder. Xiao Yan's gaze cautiously swept around him as he spoke in a courteous manner. At the same time, all of the remaining spiritual strength between his brows poured out at this moment and swiftly swept in all directions. Before he knew the identity of the other party, all of Xiao Yan's probing methods were completely revealed at this moment. After all, the person that Xiao Yan was currently facing was a genuine elite Do Di. He was many times stronger than fake emperors like them. Once they were to fight, all of the methods of a Ban Di would be useless in front of a Do Di. Regardless of how strong Xiao Yan was normally and how he was able to fight against a 9-star Ban Di, he would not have any chance to retaliate when faced with a genuine Do Di. After Xiao Yan's words were spread, everyone in the city below could not help but feel suspicious in their hearts. Xiao Yan in front of them was a 9-star Ban Di who possessed 2 knights. In this green jade city, he could be considered a frightening existence who could do whatever he wanted. However, since this was the case, who was the person who could cause Xiao Yan to call him elder at this moment? It should be known that with the protection of 2 9-star Ban Di, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to willingly lower his head in the current green jade city unless a Do Di descended. Everyone in the city immediately recovered when they thought of this. Since this was the case, when they looked at Xiao Yan's appearance, the old man who had just spoken was clearly an extremely strong person whose strength had reached the Do Di class. Clamor. After everyone understood this point, the entire green jade city immediately became lively. Quite a number of people began to whisper to each other. Everyone became increasingly curious about Xiao Yan, who was currently standing above the city gate. He possessed a frightening strength that exceeded his own level. He also had 2 9-star Ban Di escorting him. Moreover, a 9-star Ban Di had appeared to block his path. At this moment, he had even attracted a Do Di. Just what exactly was the identity of this black-robed young man in front of them? On the other side, while Xiao Yan and everyone in the city were shocked in their hearts, in the Yunin pavilion, a deep solemnness surged onto Zhang Yi's originally calm face the instant the old man's voice was emitted. Luo Jin, who was beside him, was also frowning. He could sense the invisible pressure. He was certain that this old man's strength was at least above the Do Di class. Moreover, from his words earlier, it was obvious that he was targeting Xiao Yan. When he thought of this, Luo Jin could not help but feel a headache for Xiao Yan. At the same time, he also felt extremely stunned in his heart. It was fine that he had offended a half-D in the southern region. At the very least, he had the protection of the northern king and Xiao Jin. Additionally, Xiao Yan's own strength was not weak. Hence, it could be considered smooth sailing for those below the Do Di class. Luo Jin originally thought that Xiao Yan would restrain himself after arriving at the western region. As long as he was careful, he would not encounter the people from the 4 large sections. However, at this moment, someone actually came looking for Xiao Yan the moment he stepped foot into the western region. Luo Jin could not help but curse Xiao Yan countless times in his heart. This was all thanks to Luo Jin reminding Xiao Yan before he left the Yunin pavilion. However, from the looks of it, his words were clearly in vain. Of course, this could not be entirely blamed on Xiao Yan. After all, his heart was also filled with curiosity toward this elite Do Di who had appeared at this moment. He had never met this elite Do Di before. Since this was the case, where did this elite Do Di come from? Moreover, from the meaning of his words, this elite Do Di seemed to have some understanding of what had happened in the ancient wild city. After Xiao Yan's words sounded, not a single person could be seen in the surrounding area. However, the atmosphere that covered the sky above Green Jade City had become increasingly oppressive. At this moment, the originally sunny and cloudless Green Jade City seemed to have a large patch of dark clouds covering the entire sky. This caused the crowd below to become restless. Who exactly are you? If you have something to say, please come out and meet me. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Xiao Yan's face was pale as he looked at the sky above his head. Although the sky was clear at this moment, what appeared in his eyes was a black mass of dark clouds. The heavy atmosphere was like a mountain pressing down on his head. That frightening pressure almost caused him to be unable to breathe. With a thought, the Northern King and Xiao Jin returned to the two sides of Xiao Yan's body. The Northern King's metal tower-like body did not move. An invisible overbearing pressure spread out and resisted the Dodi's pressure that was coming at him. Roar! At the same time, Xiao Jin by the side also shook its body. Its huge dragon body rose into the sky. An earth-shaking dragon roar resounded through the sky. Golden light shot in all directions and thunderbolts rose in all directions. An incomparably powerful pressure spread out from Xiao Jin's body. Xiao Yan only felt his body relax a little. His slightly bent waist under the pressure also straightened. Huh! Seeing that Xiao Jin was actually able to resist his Do D-class pressure with the strength of a 9-star half-emperor, a soft sound of surprise was involuntarily emitted from somewhere in the sky. Humph, you are Yan Xiao. The Yan Xiao who is known by everyone in the southern region's savage ancient city. Following the soft laughter of an old man, Xiao Yan's originally grave expression instantly became even more solemn. From the sound of this voice, it was obvious that it was different from the owner of the voice from before. It was another Do Di. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart immediately felt as though it had been struck by lightning. He felt incomparable shock in his heart. Even if he racked his brains, he could not figure out when and where exactly he had offended a Do D-class expert. Ever since Xiao Yan had come into contact with the Yuanwu continent, the strongest enemy he had encountered was only a 9-star half-emperor. Since that was the case, where did the two Do D-class experts in front of him come from? They had no enmity with him in the past. It was impossible for them to wait for him in this green jade city for no reason. There must be some reason behind this. However, the current Xiao Yan was completely unaware of this so-called reason. Hearing the other party's question, Xiao Yan would naturally be too lazy to bother if it was an ordinary half-emperor. However, it was different at this moment. The person in front of him was a genuine Do Di. He was a frightening existence that could be killed with a wave of his hand. He definitely could not reveal even the slightest trace of dissatisfaction in front of such a strong person. A long while later, Xiao Yan's gaze was still carefully and cautiously looking all around. His throat rolled before he tried his best to speak in a calm tone. That's right. I am indeed Yan Xiao. Since Elder knows me so well, may I know who Elder is? Cuckoo, Xiao Yan's reply was met with a faint cold laugh from the empty space. You said that you are Yan Xiao. A faint mocking voice was emitted. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard this. From these words, Xiao Yan felt an uneasiness. The two people in front of him, who had yet to reveal themselves, seemed to have a far greater understanding of him than Xiao Yan had imagined. Yan Xiao, in turn, is Xiao Yan. A faint cold laugh was emitted. Xiao Yan's face was immediately filled with pride and shock. Just who were these two people? How could they know his real name? Xiao Yan admitted that ever since he had come to the Yuanwu continent, other than Yuan Qing from the Cloud Immortal sect, only the Lu clan knew his real name. However, the Lu clan was currently unharmed and it was impossible for a Do Di from the western region to appear in the southern region. Since this was the case, how did the people in front of him know his real identity? It's them. Suddenly, Xiao Yan, who had lowered his head and was deep in thought, seemed to have recalled something. If these were not mentioned, there was only one person left who knew his real identity. It was the one who had been relentlessly chasing him since the beginning, Ghost Temple Gate. In the next moment, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head. His solemn gaze contained a sharpness as he stared at the empty space above his head. The Do Qi in his body, which had just recovered, was once again raised at this moment. Puff. With a puff sound, a fierce, heavenly flame angrily spat out from the surface of Xiao Yan's body. It agglomerated into a heavenly flame armor, that protected Xiao Yan within it. With a wave of his large hand, the dark black heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. The heavenly flame in his hand swiftly spread over it, dyeing it into an extremely beautiful, heavenly flame ruler. At the same time, the Northern King and Xiao Yan, who were on either side of Xiao Yan, also stepped into the air. They stood side by side with Xiao Yan, preparing to welcome the upcoming battle. "You are from the Ghost Temple Gate?" Finally, Xiao Yan's somewhat doubtful cold cry was emitted from his mouth. At a certain spot in the empty space, the expressions of a few figures involuntarily changed at this moment. They could not help but feel astonished in their hearts. Even they could not avoid that faction. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan actually had a direct connection with them. No wonder that group of people would ask them to take action for a bandit. No, they are not from the Ghost Temple Gate. They are the sect leaders of the 4 great sects. However, not long after Xiao Yan's words sounded from his mouth, a solemn cry was suddenly emitted from the sky. Xiao Yan looked over in the direction of the voice. The person who entered his sight was Zhang Yi from the Yunin Pavilion, Elder Zhang. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately brightened when he saw Zhang Yi. As an elder of the Yunin Pavilion, Zhang Yi's strength had reached the Do D class. If he were to appear, the other party would not dare to act rashly even if they were also elite Do D. However, Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed when he heard the words from Zhang Yi's mouth. In the next moment, just as Xiao Yan was about to open his mouth to speak, he suddenly turned his gaze and looked toward the sky. In his line of sight, a few human figures slowly appeared from the empty space. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over them one by one. At the same time, he quietly counted in his heart. His heart also became heavy. 1, 2, 3, 4 human figures. 4 elite Do D. At the same time, they represented the 4 top factions of the Western region. They were the sect leaders of the super sections. Chapter 367. Haha, I was wondering who it was. There is actually someone in this small green jade city who can recognize us. It is actually Elder Zhang Yi from the Yunin Pavilion. Ha 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 ha, 4 human figures stood side by side in the sky. One of them was a tall, strong old man who was nearly 2 meters tall. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. His arms were crossed in front of his chest as he looked down at Zhang Yi, who had appeared in front of the city gate. They were both elite Do D, but the gap in strength gave this old man the confidence to suppress the other party. Compared to a bandit, a true Do D's strength was divided even more meticulously. Even if there was only a slight difference between 2 Do D, it was enough to determine the gap in strength between 2 people. The gap in strength between Do D was not something that could be made up with just an extremely powerful Do technique. True strength still depended on one's own cultivation. Unorthodox methods were ultimately insignificant. Zhang Yi's turbid eyes were slowly lifted when he heard these words. A pair of deep eyes penetrated the empty space and shot toward the strong old man in the sky. Chief Wu, I trust that you have been well since we last met. The eyes of Xiao Yan, who was on the city gate, immediately hardened when the words from Zhang Yi's mouth sounded. From the way Zhang Yi addressed this old man, it was obvious that this sect leader Wu was the 8-star Do D sect leader of the Battle Martial sect, Wu Jitian. Xiao Yan involuntarily lifted his head and looked over when he thought of this. It seemed that this Do D was different from an ordinary person. While his heart felt solemn, he could not help but feel a little curious. Although the 4 sect leaders were 100,000 feet in the sky, Xiao Yan's bandit class eyesight allowed him to clearly see Zong Wu at a glance. The first impression that Wu Jitian gave people was that he was overbearing. His fierce-looking face was filled with wrinkles, and every wrinkle was the proof of the vicissitudes of life. His large square face seemed to have a kind of upright and plain-spoken temperament, but his pair of eyes that were as sharp as blades made people feel a chill when they touched them. Looking down, his upper body was actually naked. His dark skin was suffused with an ice-cold luster like a black rock, giving off an extremely thick and solid feeling. It was as if his flesh and blood were made of diamond and indestructible. On the left side of his chest, a thick layer of pauldrons covered half of his body. On the pauldrons, there was a strange, pitch-black magical beast that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Xiao Yan recognized this. This was the black rock beast that was known for its powerful physical body in the magical beast world. The skin all over its body had been trained until it was as hard as diamond and indestructible. This caused it to have almost no weaknesses. It could be considered a renowned existence in the entire magical beast world. When he saw this, Xiao Yan instantly came to an understanding. The shoulder armor on his left chest wasn't made of metal, but the skin and flesh of a Xianyan beast. Hiss, even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, he involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he thought of this. To be used as a protective pauldron by an 8-star Do D class expert, the strength of this Xianyan beast when it was alive was likely that it was at least an 8-star Do D class expert. An 8-star Do D class Xianyan beast was actually killed by someone. This kind of battle result was something that even Xiao Yan did not dare to easily imagine. The Xianyan beast was in existence with the best defensive strength in the magical beast world. However, even such an existence was actually killed by Wu Jitian, who was of the same class. It was difficult to imagine just how terrifyingly strong Wu Jitian was. When everyone below heard the words from Zhang Yi's mouth, most of them immediately understood the specific identities of the 4 strong people in the sky. The crowd immediately turned into an uproar. Waves of private conversations quietly spread. The gazes that everyone used to look at Xiao Yan also involuntarily contained an additional thread of pity. At the same time, everyone's hearts also became increasingly curious about Xiao Yan's identity. Even the leaders of the 4 large sects had personally come out for Xiao Yan. Just who exactly was this young 5-star half-martial emperor in front of them? Indeed. Elder Zhang Yi, I trust that you have been well since we last met. The one who spoke this time around was an old man with a long and narrow face and a ruddy complexion standing to the left of Wu Jitian. The old man was dressed in a golden robe, and his aura was completely concealed by the robe. His snow-white hair was neatly tied behind his back, and a sharp golden light shot out from his long and narrow eyes. At the same time, under the golden light, there was an unconcealable arrogance that could not be concealed. Chen Zhen, Zhang Yi came to Xiao Yan's side. His gaze was grave as he looked at Chen Zhen, who was in the sky. Among the 4 people in the group, he was the strongest. As a rank 5 formation master, Chen Zhen possessed an extremely strong spiritual strength that could easily match a Do Di. In addition to his strength, among the 4 large sects, the refining gods sect that he belonged to was unshakable. This point was something that even the battle sect and the heavenly sword sect, which were known for their martial prowess, had to admit. Zhang Yi, the 4 of us did not come to Green Jade City to find trouble with you. We also do not wish for our relationship with the Yunin Pavilion to become too strained. This is not beneficial to either side. Therefore, I hope that you can stand aside and watch. The 4 people in the sky were not ordinary people. When Zhang Yi appeared, they had sensed that he had some relationship with Xiao Yan. Now that they saw Zhang Yi walk to Xiao Yan's side, they were even more certain in their hearts. Although this was the case, the Yunin Pavilion was not an ordinary faction. Those people from the Ghost Slaughter sect might be frightening, but they did not think that the foundation of the Yunin Pavilion would be any weaker than the Yunin Pavilion. Therefore, Chen Zhen's tone was considered tactful when he spoke. However, when Zhang Yi heard the words from the other party's mouth, his expression was calm as he shook his head at Chen Zhen. If it was someone he knew, he might have given way under the pressure of Chen Zhen, an 8-star Do Di. Since this matter did not concern him, he could not be bothered to get involved. He was a member of the Yunin Pavilion and his job was to protect Luo Jin. He had to listen to Luo Jin's orders. He would not help someone who was unrelated to him. However, the difference today was that Xiao Yan had a special relationship with Luo Jin. Even if he did not step forward now, Luo Jin would still ask him to step forward and the result would be the same. Since it was going to be the same sooner or later, he might as well take the initiative to step forward. It would also help to improve his relationship with Xiao Yan. At the same time, it could also satisfy Luo Jin. Additionally, now that the Yunyin Pavilion's pavilion chief had returned, there was a new leader in the Yunyin Pavilion. Even though Luo Jin was not very strong, as long as he was in Green Jade City, Zhang Yi clearly knew that no matter what the four sect leaders had in mind for Xiao Yan, they would not get the result they wanted. Zhang Yi, are you determined to stand against us? On Wu Jitian's right, a white-haired old man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes took half a step forward. In an instant, his body had already arrived above the city gate. At the same time, a vast and frightening aura instantly swept out from within his body. The frightening pressure came pouncing over like a flood. Under this pressure, the crowd below was instantly pressed to the ground. Xiao Yan and Zhang Yi, who were above the city gate, also took a couple of steps back under this pressure. Xiao Yan was unable to endure in his current condition. With a bang, he knelt on the ground with one knee. A mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. His face, which had just recovered a little color, swiftly turned pale. Humph. Sect leader Jian, why do you need to be so overbearing? That subordinate of yours is not dead. Moreover, he is currently seriously injured. Where possible, one should be lenient. On account of my Yunyin Pavilion, the old me advises you to stop now. Zhang Yi glanced at Xiao Yan behind him and frowned. Immediately, a cold snort was emitted from his nose. A frightening dou di pressure spread out and barely blocked Jian Ming's dou di pressure. Humph, Zhang Yi, do you really not know or are you pretending not to know? One of the most important keys to the ancient tomb, the ancient sky steps, is with this brat behind you. Do you think that the four of us will let him off? Zhang Yi's expression instantly changed when these words were uttered. He turned his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan with a surprised face. However, he discovered that the latter was looking at him with a solemn expression. Under the great temptation of the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, Xiao Yan did not know if he would be tempted by Zhang Yi, who was standing in front of him at this moment. Zhang Yi seemed to have seen the worry in Xiao Yan's heart. An instant later, he smiled warmly at Xiao Yan and said, "Young friend Xiao Yan, you can rest assured that with my Yunyin Pavilion around today, they will not be able to touch you." Humph. Zhang Yi, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The old me respects you as an elder of the Yunyin Pavilion. This is why I am being courteous to you. If you continue to be so obstinate, don't blame the old me for being merciless. Jian Ming's body suddenly shook after his words sounded. A wave of surging dou qi immediately surged out of Jian Ming's body and swiftly agglomerated into an icy blue longsword in front of him. The long sword was condensed, and the body of the sword suddenly shook. Then, a buzzing sound quickly spread out. Zhang Yi's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this scene. This long sword was formed from the special sword intent that Jian Ming had practiced. After it was agglomerated with dou qi, its strength was even greater. A swing of the sword was not inferior to a human class dou technique. Now that he had practiced this sword to the point of perfection, even with Zhang Yi's strength, it would be difficult for him to withstand a single blow from him. Sword sweep 8 wastelands. Go! Jian Ming let out a low cry and suddenly waved his right hand. The long sword in front of him trembled. Within a couple of flashes, 7 long swords were formed in the air. As Jian Ming's order sounded, a total of 8 long swords instantly turned into 8 rays of light that ruthlessly slashed at Zhang Yi. Damn it! This fellow is really vicious. Zhang Yi's old face immediately revealed a deep solemn expression when he saw Jian Ming's merciless attack. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. He took half a step back and his body suddenly shook. The surging dou qi within his body immediately surged out. His 10 fingers moved together and a glow flickered on his fingertips. An enormous illusory palm swiftly agglomerated in front of him with the support of his dou qi. Sky opening palm. A low cry sounded. The enormous palm that was agglomerated from dou qi immediately smashed violently toward the 8 long swords that were heading toward him. At the same time, Zhang Yi was prepared to retreat. After all, he believed that he did not have the slightest chance of victory against an 8-star Do-D. Humph. You overestimate yourself. You are merely a 2-star Do-D. Do you really think that this D does not dare to touch you? The dark, stern, cold cry sounded. The 8 sword glows immediately brightened. 4 of the sword glows separated, bypassed the sky-opening palm in front of them, and swiftly shot toward Zhang Yi. The other 4 longswords carried an incomparably sharp overbearing aura as they swiftly shattered the sky-opening palm that was heading toward him. The might of the 4 longswords was not reduced even after the sky-opening palm was broken. They swiftly caught up with the other 4 longswords and slashed toward Zhang Yi's head. The 8 longswords emitted a buzzing sound the instant they fell. They once again agglomerated into one amid a glaring white light. After which, it carried an incomparably terrifying aura as it violently fell toward Zhang Yi's head. Clang! Zhang Yi's body immediately flew back uncontrollably after an earth-shaking loud sound appeared. Finally, he violently collided with a wall. Following the collapse of the wall, Zhang Yi involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. The gap between a 2-star Do-D and an 8-star Do-D was indeed too great. Even though this was the case, it was because Jian Ming had held back because of Zhang Yi's status. It was difficult to imagine that if they were to really fight, it was likely that Jian Ming's earlier attack would be enough to easily kill Zhang Yi. Humph. Zhang Yi, you should not think too highly of yourself. Although you and I are both Do-D, I still do not place you in my eyes. Forget about you. Even if the pavilion chief of your Yunin pavilion were to come today, the old me would still take down this Xiao Yan. Jian Ming stood in the empty air. His face was filled with disdain as he lifted his eyes to look at Zhang Yi below, who had spat out blood and retreated. After his words sounded, another icy cold voice that contained a cold chill faintly sounded in this place. Oh. Is that so? You actually do not place this pavilion chief in your eyes after injuring my people. Sect Chief Jian, you are really mighty. When these words fell, the expressions of the other 3 sect leaders in the sky changed in unison. Jian Ming's face, which was originally filled with disdain and sneer, suddenly changed to one of fear. Chapter 368. Many years ago, when the Yunin Pavilion had just been built, the leaders of the 4 sects had appeared with the intention of suppressing it. On one hand, they wanted to broaden the horizons of the newcomers. On the other hand, they wanted to probe the strength of the other party. After all, no matter who it was, they would be curious about the foundation of such a faction that had suddenly risen in the western region. At that time, only the leader of the Sword Sect, Jian Ming, had spoken rudely to the Yunin Pavilion within the 4 sections. Of course, normally speaking, with his strength and position, no one would dare to say anything if he mocked and ridiculed. However, that time was different. After Jian Ming's cold laughter sounded, he suffered the most unforgettable blow in his life. In front of the Yunin Pavilion in the Western Region regional city, Jian Ming, an extremely strong 8-star Do-D class expert, a supreme being that few people in the Western region could compare with, suddenly felt a frightening pressure that far exceeded that of a Do-D suddenly pressed down on Jian Ming's body after his cold words toward the Yunin Pavilion. Under that attack, Jian Ming did not have the slightest ability to resist. This 8-star Do-D was like a dead dog as he was violently crushed and smashed in front of the Yunin Pavilion. Even if Jian Ming used all of his techniques, he would not be able to escape from the unstoppable terrifying pressure. That day, Jian Ming had knelt in front of the Yunin Pavilion for a total of 4 hours. This was only because the owner of the aura had taken into account that he was a top person in the Western region. As for his face, it was likely that his face was nothing in front of the owner of the aura. That aura pressure only lasted for an instant. However, even if the current Jian Ming recalled it, it was still fresh in his mind. It was as though it had happened yesterday. Once he recalled it, Jian Ming's body involuntarily trembled even at this moment. His entire body was covered by an icy chill that seemed to have come from hell. Above the city gate, the empty space beside Xiao Yan distorted slightly. Luo Jin's figure slowly appeared. Luo Jin did not bother about those people in the sky after revealing himself. Instead, he turned his eyes to Xiao Yan. He frowned and stuffed a D-tier medicinal pill into Xiao Yan's mouth. As soon as the medicinal pill entered his body, its gentle medicinal power quickly spread throughout his body, quickly alleviating Xiao Yan's internal injuries and his exhausted Do Qi. In just a short period of time, Xiao Yan's complexion had already regained some color. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt surprised in his heart as he sensed the swiftly recovering injuries within his body. This D-tier medicinal pill that Luo Jin had given him could be considered the best quality D-tier medicinal pill that he had ever seen. At the very least, he had never seen an emperor-grade pill that could heal injuries so quickly in just a few breaths. Thanks. Retracting his thoughts, Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at Luo Jin with clear eyes. Ha, don't mention it, Xiao Yan, Luo Jin merely smiled faintly when he heard this. The corner of his mouth carried a playful smile. His gaze focused on Xiao Yan as he spoke in an unknown tone. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could only nod awkwardly. He then looked at Luo Jin and said in an apologetic tone, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that there are some things that even I don't understand, so I don't want you to worry about me anymore." Ha, if I said that I already knew your true identity, would you still say that? Huh? Xiao Yan's eyes hardened, but he quickly recovered. That's right, given the power of Yunin Pavilion, even the 4 great sects were afraid of them. If they really wanted to find out his identity, it would not be difficult. Ha, alright, let's talk about this later. The most important thing now is these 4 guys. After all, they are not ordinary people. Even if it's me, I can't underestimate them. Xiao Yan nodded. With Luo Jin's help, he sat down cross-legged and concentrated on refining the emperor-grade pill in his body. On the other hand, Luo Jin turned his gaze to the few people in the sky. Ha, what's wrong? The sect leaders are really arrogant, looking down from above. You must have been in a high position for too long. Why don't you just stand here and let me talk to you? After Luo Jin finished speaking, the 3 sect leaders in the sky hurriedly descended and landed on the city wall a few dozen feet away from Luo Jin. Ha, pavilion leader, you must be joking. Even if we are sect leaders, we still have to walk around. After all, we are already so old and it's not a bad thing to walk around. The sect leader of the Divine Refining Sect, Chen Zhen, laughed dryly as he looked at Luo Jin. The expression on his face appeared to be quite friendly. Even though Luo Jin appeared harmless and his strength was only that of an 8-star half-martial emperor, they did not dare to underestimate him even though they were the sect leaders of the 3 sections. Luo Jin smiled and could not be bothered with them. He turned his gaze and looked at Jian Ming, who was standing at the side of the city gate. A bone-chilling coldness surged into his dark black eyes. Sect leader Jian, I heard you say earlier that even I, the pavilion leader, will not be able to stop you today. You were the one who said that, right? Jian Ming frowned tightly. His gaze stared intently at Luo Jin. His spiritual perception swiftly spread out at this moment, probing this place to see if there was another terrifying aura that he could not touch. Ha, you can rest assured that he is not here yet. If there is anything, you can look for me directly. After all, I am the pavilion leader of the Yunin Pavilion. As for those people who do not place me in their eyes, they can come and try to kill me if they want to. I want to see if a Do Di is as strong as the legends say. Luo Jin wore a cold smile as he stared at Jian Ming and laughed coldly. Ha, why does pavilion leader need to speak in such a manner? Sect leader Jian was merely anxious earlier. Therefore, he did not choose his words carefully and spoke carelessly. What kind of power is the Yunin Pavilion? Everyone here has a tacit understanding in their hearts. Why is there a need to make the atmosphere so tense? Chen Zhen rolled his eyes and laughed, playing the role of a peacemaker. However, Luo Jin was not the least bit courteous toward the few people in front of him. Since you know what kind of foundation my Yunin Pavilion has, do you still plan to stay here? Luo Jin placed one hand behind his back. His right hand waved forcefully in front of his chest. With two ka-ka sounds, the jade fan opened in the air. The gazes of the four people shot over. Luo Jin smiled faintly as he looked at the few people in front of him. However, no one knew that the palm of his right hand, which was holding the jade fan, was filled with sweat. Hearing this, Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian looked at each other and frowned. They did not expect Luo Jin to be so unyielding. The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted them to leave immediately. Facing Luo Jin's unyielding attitude, Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian had some misgivings in their hearts. It was difficult for them to decide whether to stay or leave. Luo Jin was not an ordinary person. As the pavilion master of the Yunyin Pavilion, even if his strength was not strong, his weight was not lower than the Do-Di experts like them. This was especially true for the person behind him. As long as he was around, no one in the entire western region would be able to touch him. However, when their gazes landed on Xiao Yan, who was beside Luo Jin, their hearts could not help but palpitate slightly. Luo Jin might have a strong background, but how could they bear to give up when the key to the Heaven-End ancient tomb was right in front of them? After all, to them, as long as they obtained the Heaven-End steps from Xiao Yan, not only would their fighting strength rise to a whole new level, but once they opened the Heaven-End ancient tomb and obtained the inheritance of Tianju, even their cultivation could break through the shackles of the Do-Di realm and directly reach the origin transformation realm. That was a whole new level. To them, how could they give up just like that? Even if the one stopping them was the Yunyin Pavilion, they would not give up just like that. Pavilion Master, we do not intend to make things difficult for Xiao Yan. However, you should be aware of the importance of the Heaven-End Ancient Tomb. Once the Heaven-End Ancient Tomb appears, the entire western region will be shaken. At that time, even you will not have the ability to suppress the situation. Once the news of Xiao Yan possessing the Heaven-End Step spreads, it will bring him endless trouble. Thus, for the sake of Xiao Yan, I hope that Pavilion Master can ask him to hand over the Heaven-End Steps. As long as Xiao Yan is willing to hand over the Heaven-End Steps, the four of us can act as if we have never come to Green Jade City today. From today onwards, we will no longer have anything to do with Xiao Yan. From your words, it seems that if Xiao Yan does not hand over the Heaven-End Steps, you will spread the news and get even more people to deal with him. Hearing the words that came from Chen Zhen's mouth, Luo Jin's right hand trembled violently. With a ka sound, the jade fan was closed. His gaze was dense as he stared at Chen Zhen. His tone was filled with suppressed anger as he spoke. I know that doing so is a little despicable. However, those who wish to achieve great things should not be bothered by such trifles. Moreover, we only want the Heaven-End Steps. It is not as if we will take Xiao Yan's life. It is merely a Do technique. There is no harm in giving it up. Am I right? Chen Zhen's face was filled with righteousness as he spoke in a casual manner. After which, a golden glow suddenly flickered in his eyes. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile as the frightening aura that belonged to an 8-star Do-Di was unleashed at this moment. It attacked Xiao Yan. You really do not place this pavilion chief in your eyes. Chen Zhen. You should be clear that this is Green Jade City and not your 1,000 Gold Mountain. Suddenly, a stern cry sounded in the sky. Zhang Yi's body instantly flashed and appeared in front of Luo Jin. At the same time, a frightening aura swept out from his body. It transformed into an invisible barrier that protected Luo Jin and Xiao Yan within it. Unfortunately, under the pressure of Chen Zhen's 8-star Do-Di aura, even though Zhang Yi had used all of his strength to agglomerate his aura, it was still insufficient to resist Chen Zhen. I have said that I am doing this for Xiao Yan's sake. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring will arouse the envy of others. He should understand this principle. Without sufficient strength, it will be difficult for him to protect anything. There are some things that are not suitable for him to protect. Chen Zhen placed his hands behind his back after his voice sounded. He slowly took a step forward and walked toward Xiao Yan. Each time Chen Zhen took a step forward, Zhang Yi's body would involuntarily take a step back. Even though both of his feet had been violently inserted into the city wall, he was still unable to stop Chen Zhen. Wu Jitian frowned and glanced at Yi Luo Tian, who had not spoken, when he saw that Chen Jin had forcefully advanced. After which, he looked at Jian Ming, only to discover that the latter was also looking at Chen Jin with a solemn expression. Being the strongest person within the four sects, Chen Jin's strength was indeed much greater than theirs. At this moment, this action of his involuntarily caused Wu Jitian and the other two to feel surprised in their hearts. Chen Jin's action was clearly an open enemy of the Yunyin Pavilion. Xiao Yan, hand over the sky extinction steps and I will spare your life. Chen Jin ignored the gazes of everyone around him. His face was indifferent as he looked at Xiao Yan. He had even ignored Zhang Yi, who was still doing his best to resist the pressure of his Dou Di. Luo Jin's face was similarly gloomy as he stared at Chen Jin. If it were not because old Luo was not around, Chen Jin would not dare to act so presumptuously. However, from another point of view, Luo Jin had also recalled the words that old Luo had said to him back then. The only reason he was able to achieve so much at such a young age was because of the faction behind him. If these were removed, Luo Jin glanced at the calm-faced Xiao Yan beside him, who was still seated cross-legged and refining the medicinal pill within his body. He quietly measured in his heart and thought of all the fighting strength that Xiao Yan possessed. Even if he possessed the greater star plate, it was likely that he would not be able to compare with Xiao Yan. Seeing that Xiao Yan was actually still in his training state, Chen Jin's face involuntarily revealed a dissatisfied expression. However, at the same time, his heart involuntarily felt surprised at Xiao Yan's mental strength. Regardless of whether he was pretending or not, being able to calmly train under the pressure of an 8-star Dou Di was enough to prove that Xiao Yan was extraordinary. However, just as Chen Jin was about to open his mouth again, Xiao Yan, who had been training with his eyes shut, slowly opened his eyes. His dark black eyes, which were as calm as an old well, were slowly lifted. He looked at Chen Jin and spoke with a calm expression. I'm sorry. I'm afraid that you have made a wasted trip. I don't have the sky extinction steps that you mentioned. Chapter 369. You don't have it. The words had just left Xiao Yan's mouth when Chen Jin, who was in front of him, immediately frowned. His forward footsteps also paused. Both of his eyes narrowed. His golden eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. His thick voice contained a great amount of doubt. I have never heard of the sky absolute steps that you are talking about. If it is an agility Do technique, I have a D-class low-level agility Do technique called the 3000 lightning movement. If you don't mind, I will gift it to you. As he spoke, Xiao Yan had already stood up from the ground. With a twist of his wrist, a silver-colored scroll appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. It was the 3000 lightning movement. After receiving the scroll, Xiao Yan lifted his head with a pitiful look in his eyes. His gaze passed over Zhang Yi and looked at Chen Jin, who was currently staring at him with a dark and stern gaze. He extended his hand, which was holding the 3000 lightning movement, slightly forward. It was as if he really wanted to gift it to Chen Jin. Seeing this, Chen Jin could not help but feel a little doubtful in his heart. He did not see anything unusual from Xiao Yan's eyes. At this moment, he had taken out the 3000 lightning movement. In addition to the fact that Xiao Yan had not used the sky absolute steps earlier, this caused Chen Jin to be unable to check if Xiao Yan really possessed the sky absolute steps. All the signs pointed to the fact that Xiao Yan did not possess the sky absolute steps. It was also because of this that there were no flaws that Chen Jin felt that this was Xiao Yan's greatest flaw. Moreover, Chen Jin didn't think that the person from the ghost manor would deceive them. After all, the four of them represented the four great powers of the Western Territory. Deceiving them, especially using the matter related to the ancient tomb of Heaven's End, was no different than pushing the four great powers against them. Once the four great sects joined hands with the Yunyin Pavilion, it would still be a great pressure for Ghost Hall, even though it would not be enough to destroy them. Before the time was ripe, the Ghost Palace would not rashly provoke the various representative forces of the continent. Moreover, from the way Xiao Yan had spat out the Ghost Temple Gate earlier, it was obvious that there was some grudge between him and the Ghost Temple Gate. Since this was the case, there was even less reason for the person from the ghost hall to lie to them. Therefore, at this moment, Chen Zhen still firmly believed that the sky extinction step must be on Xiao Yan. Thinking of this, Chen Zhen's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp golden light. He stretched out his hand and a suction force surged from his palm. The scroll in Xiao Yan's hand was immediately grasped by Chen Zhen. With a gentle wave of his hand, the scroll unfurled in front of Chen Zhen. When he saw the words 3000 lightning movement, an evil expression immediately appeared on his face. Humph. With a cold snort, a golden light shot out from Chen Zhen's eyes, piercing through the scroll in front of him. Following the scattering of silver light, the scroll in front of him shattered and disappeared. The 3000 lightning haste was destroyed just like that. Huh. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened. He frowned and slowly clenched his hand under his sleeves. A scarlet fury surged from deep within his eyes. The 3000 lightning movement had accompanied him for many years. Xiao Yan also had quite a lot of feelings for it. Today, it had been destroyed by Jian Ming's hands. Even though the other party was an 8-star Do Di, he was still unable to suppress the fury in Xiao Yan's heart. Just based on the fact that Chen Zhen had destroyed the 3000 lightning movement, Xiao Yan had already blacklisted him. In this life, Xiao Yan must kill this person. However, Xiao Yan was not an impulsive person. A gentleman's revenge was a dish best served cold. He clearly understood this principle. Moreover, what he was best at was enduring silently. Brat, why are you still not handing over the sky extinction step? Chen Zhen's eyes were densely cold as he stared at Xiao Yan. He once again took a step forward. The frightening Do Di pressure continued to press on Zhang Yi and Xiao Yan in front of him. Humph. Chen Zhen, you really don't put this pavilion chief in your eyes. After the cold cry sounded, Luo Jin suddenly flashed and blocked in front of Zhang Yi. He suddenly waved the jade fan in his hand and a sharp Do Chi pillar immediately shot towards Chen Zhen. Faced with the aggressive Luo Jin, Chen Zhen's face remained calm. To him, a half-martial emperor was already a thing of the past. To him, it did not pose the slightest threat. Pavilion Chief, I do not wish to make things difficult for all of you. I also hope that you will not intervene. This is a matter between our 4 great sects and Xiao Yan. As long as we obtain the sky extinction step, we will definitely not make things difficult for Xiao Yan on account of Pavilion Chief. Additionally, I will not make things difficult for Elder Zhang Yi. However, in order to avoid trouble, I will have to let him suffer for the time being. Once I obtain the sky extinction steps, I will naturally leave Green Jade City. Chen Zhen's expression was calm. Without the existence of that person, the pavilion chief before him was merely an ordinary 8-star half-martial emperor. Although he could not touch him, as long as he was unharmed, the person behind him would not have any reason to make things difficult for them. Cough cough. Your Excellency, there is no need to force me. I have already said that I have never seen the sky extinction steps that you speak of. If you are looking for it, I'm afraid that you have found the wrong person. Xiao Yan half knelt on the ground. Even though he had reached the point where he could no longer endure, he still could not bear to lower his head to Chen Zhen. The intermittent words that came out of his mouth still indicated that he did not have the item that Chen Zhen needed. I advise you to speak less. With your strength, you will not be able to endure my pressure. Of course, I am very surprised that you are able to open your mouth to speak. However, I believe that it must have consumed a lot of your strength. Chen Zhen's tone was indifferent as he continued to speak. I will still say the same thing. Hand over the sky extinction steps and I will spare your life. This time, Xiao Yan returned to silence. The words that he had spoken earlier seemed to have exhausted all of his strength. He was unable to speak again. Roar. An earth-shaking roar gave rise to rings of invisible spatial ripples in the sky. The invisible space started to distort like the surface of the sea. Following the dazzling golden light emitted from Xiao Jin's body, the frightening pressure on Xiao Yan's shoulder was actually weakened by a bit again. Humph humph, this little thing is quite interesting. You are actually able to resist my oppressive might with the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor. I must say that you have truly made me quite interested in you." Chen Jin chuckled. Within the gaze with which he looked at Xiao Jin, there was an additional trace of greed. Evidently, he had taken a fancy to Xiao Jin's body. 9 Profound Golden Lightning, a 9-star half-martial emperor level 9 Profound Golden Lightning. Even though its strength could not be considered to be very strong to him, if he were to devour it, its effect would be greatly different from ordinary cultivation materials. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak. Otherwise, humph, even in the entire continent, I'm afraid that, Chen Jin's words were unclear. After which, he gently waved his hand. Immediately, surging frightening dou-qi gathered to a high degree and turned into a stream of dou-qi that ruthlessly smashed onto Xiao Jin's enormous body. Bang! Xiao Jin's dragon scales shattered and blood splattered everywhere. Amidst a miserable beastly roar, Xiao Jin's enormous body was ruthlessly smashed into the city wall below and was unable to move. Xiao Jin had been seriously injured with just one attack. Xiao Jin. The appearance of this scene caused Xiao Yan, who had just recovered some strength, to immediately become furious. He could not help but roar out loud. With a thought, the Northern King's tower-like body immediately moved. With Chen Jin's frightening oppressive might above his head, he ruthlessly charged toward Chen Jin. Ah, puppet! 9-star half-martial emperor, Xiao Yan, all the things on your body are truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, you have followed the wrong master. Chen Jin gently waved his hand again. Another stream of dou-qi that was not the slightest bit weaker than the previous one shot out and instantly sent the charging Northern King flying. Bang! With just one attack, the Northern King's body tore apart the city wall behind him and was embedded deep within the city wall along with Xiao Jin. An extremely deep crack lay diagonally on the Northern King's chest. Threads of lightning continuously shot out from it and healed the Northern King's injured body. Even so, the recovery speed of the wound was still extremely slow. Under this attack, even the Northern King's indestructible body was unable to endure it. It must be said that a Dou-di was truly frightening. In the city, everyone raised their heads and stared at Chen Zhen, who was above the city gate. Everyone's mouths were wide open and speechless. The extremely shocking scene in front of them had caused them to become absent-minded. It was difficult to imagine that those two were 9-star half-DD. They were basically invincible existences in Green Jade City. Yet, they were unable to retaliate in front of Chen Zhen. An elite Dou-di was really this frightening. I'll say it again. Hand over the Sky Annihilation Steps. Otherwise, I will immediately kill your pet. Using his pressure to block the gloomy Luo Jin to the side, Chen Jin slowly walked in front of Xiao Yan. He raised his hand and pointed it at Xiao Jin's position. If Xiao Yan did not hand over the Sky Annihilation Steps, he did not mind killing Xiao Jin. It would also make it easier for him to absorb the latter's wild and violent energy and use it to increase his own strength. Cough cough. I'll say it again. I don't have the Sky Annihilation Steps that you want on me. Xiao Yan's face was pale as he spoke in a weak voice. Humph. Chen Zhen's eyes sharpened as he prepared to attack. However, in the next moment, Chen Zhen frowned. Xiao Yan had actually personally handed over his storage ring in front of him. Handing over the storage ring was equivalent to handing over all of his treasures. Even Chen Zhen could not help but feel a little astonished by this. Ha, that's true. Sect leader Chen, why are you in such a hurry to kill him? Why don't you take a look at this kid's storage ring first? If there is the Sky Annihilation Steps, it won't be too late to take it first. Don't you agree? At this moment, Wu Jitian from the Battle Marshal sect also flew down and looked at Chen Zhen with a smile. The intention of stopping Chen Zhen in his words was self-evident. Evidently, he could tell that Xiao Jin was special at a glance. Hence, he spoke out to stop him. With a cold snort, Chen Zhen retracted his gaze and looked coldly at the pitch-black storage ring in front of him. Under Wu Jitian's expectant gaze, Qianzhen then poured his spiritual energy into Xiao Yan's storage ring. As Xiao Yan was the one who took the initiative to open the storage ring, Qianzhen's spiritual energy was not obstructed when it flowed into the storage ring. A moment later, the indifferent face of Qianzhen, who was originally calmly inspecting Xiao Yan's storage ring, gradually became gloomy in front of the eyes of the few people around him. The large rock that Wu Jitian and the others had just put down in their hearts was once again suspended at this moment. What's going on? Don't tell me that the Sky Annihilation Steps is not in this kid's storage ring. Wu Jitian frowned and said in a low voice. With the news from the Ghost Hall, he did not believe that the Sky Annihilation Steps was not in Xiao Yan's hands. A moment later, however, the gloomy-faced Qianzhen helplessly withdrew his spiritual strength. His expression was extremely gloomy as he stared intently at Xiao Yan. Immediately, he slowly shook his head in front of the serious gazes of the few people around him. Chapter 370. That's impossible. A furious roar was heard as Wu Jitian strode forward, completely ignoring the people around him. His broad palm reached out from his sleeve and snatched the black storage ring from Qianzhen's hand. Seeing that he was about to obtain the Sky Extinction Steps, how could he allow anything to go wrong? Even if there wasn't anything, he had to check it himself. Holding the storage ring in his hand, Wu Jitian's soul power immediately surged into the storage ring in his hand with a thought. He carefully inspected the space inside inch by inch. But after a long while, Wu Jitian, who was originally full of doubts, became even more gloomy. Under the probing of Wu Jitian's spiritual sense, Xiao Yan's storage ring was indeed as Qianzhen had said. He did not find any trace of the Sky Absolute Steps. How is this possible? Ghost Manor clearly said that the Sky Extinction Steps is on this kid, but why isn't it here? Wu Jitian's face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Xiao Yan. The storage ring in his palm emitted a creaking sound. Fortunately, it was made of a special material and was not forcefully crushed by Wu Jitian. Kid! Tell me, where did you hide the Sky Extinction Steps? Wu Jitian snorted angrily. He stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Yan's neck. He lifted Xiao Yan up like a little chick and spoke sternly with his face close to Xiao Yan's. Xiao Yan's pale face quickly turned red as Wu Jitian grabbed his neck. He held on to Wu Jitian's wrist, which was twice as thick as his. His scarlet eyes stared at Wu Jitian's ferocious face as he shook his head with great difficulty. A hoarse voice was forcefully squeezed out from between his teeth. I don't know how you're courting death. Xiao Yan's words obviously enraged the hot-tempered Wu Jitian. He tightened his grip on Xiao Yan's neck and the sound of his neck being crushed could be heard continuously. Xiao Yan's head fell back uncontrollably as blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth and flowed down to Wu Jitian's palm. Humph. Stimulated by the scarlet blood, Wu Jitian's body flashed. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the edge of the city wall that was on the verge of collapse. Xiao Yan's body swayed uncontrollably under Wu Jitian's palm. At the next moment, a glint flashed across Wu Jitian's eyes. With a deep roar, Wu Jitian's slightly bent arm shot out like a cannonball, while Xiao Yan's body was smashed deep into the city wall by the tremendous force. Boom! After this attack, the city wall, which could not bear the heavy burden, finally collapsed with a loud bang. Huge rocks smashed onto Wu Jitian's body, but the latter did not move at all. His body shook, and an invisible force field swept out, crushing all the rocks around him. Humph. Speak, where is the Sky Extinguishing Steps? Wu Jitian said in a low and deep voice as he indifferently looked at the weak aura of Xiao Yan in front of him. However, Xiao Yan still shook his head with great difficulty in the face of this. Bastard! Are you courting death? With a furious roar, Wu Jitian violently flung Xiao Yan away. After several violent collisions, Xiao Yan finally landed in front of the withered leaf sect leader, Yi Luotian. He wore a silver headband on his head, and his silver hair was tied up and scattered behind his back. His face was amiable and rosy, and his pair of turbid old eyes shone with a wise light. The smile at the corner of his mouth made people have an inexplicable good impression of him. When faced with Xiao Yan, Yi Luo Tian did not use violence to resolve the problem like the few people in front of him. In comparison, he was quite gentle. He was as amiable as a kind old grandfather. Haha, Xiao Yan, I advise you to hand over the sky extinguishing steps. After all, your life is the most important thing. If you lose your life, it will be useless even if you continue to hide the sky extinguishing steps. While speaking, Yi Luo Tian actually gently placed his shriveled hand on Xiao Yan's chest in front of his extremely shocked eyes. A cluster of green-colored doqi flowed into Xiao Yan's body, and the injuries in Xiao Yan's body began to slowly recover. Yi Luo Tian was actually helping Xiao Yan heal his injuries. Humph. Yi Luo Tian, you are really a good person. Why, do you really think of yourself as the savior of the world? You want to save everyone regardless of who you meet. Why don't you choose to save everyone? Why do you need to be the sect leader? Wu Jitian's face was filled with disdain as he looked at Yi Luo Tian. Although they were equally famous among the 4 great sects, the Withered Leaf sect was the weakest among the 4 sects in every aspect. However, there was one exception. In terms of killing people, the Withered Leaf sect could not be compared to the other 3 sections. However, in terms of saving people, the sect leader of the Withered Leaf sect, Yi Luo Tian, was actually a truly good person. He had saved countless people since he started training, including some famous experts in the western region. It was also because of this that the Withered Leaf sect that he belonged to was ranked last among the 4 sections. However, the difference was that there were many famous experts in the western region in the Withered Leaf sect. This allowed the Withered Leaf sect's overall strength to stand firm among the 4 sections. Hee, sect leader Wu, you must be joking. Aren't I doing this for the sky extinction steps? Rather than committing crimes by killing people and failing to obtain the sky extinction steps in the end, why not let me save another person? This can be considered as benefiting my sect. At the same time, I also hope that little friend Xiao Yan will hand over the sky extinction steps. After all, this is beneficial to everyone. In the face of Wu Jitian's angry roar, Yi Luo Tian continued to chuckle. He looked extremely dignified and benevolent. This actually made Xiao Yan have a good impression of him. Hee, little friend Xiao Yan, since I have healed your injuries, I wonder if you will hand over the sky extinction steps now. Don't worry, as long as little friend Xiao Yan is willing to hand over the sky extinction steps, I will be the first to ensure your safety. Furthermore, with our status, there is no need to kill a junior for something. This is not good for our reputation, right? At the end of his words, Yi Luotian's gentle gaze swept across the entire area. His gaze paused on Qin Zhen for a moment before he smiled and turned back to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan crawled to his feet with great difficulty. His eyes were filled with gratitude as he looked at Yi Luo Tian. The latter gently nodded his head. Immediately, Xiao Yan helplessly sighed. He looked at Yi Luo Tian and helplessly said in a low voice, I'm sorry, Senior. Junior does not have the item that Senior needs. Furthermore, all of you have already checked my storage ring, and there is indeed nothing inside. Moreover, if I really had such a valuable item, it is even more impossible for me to place it outside of my storage ring, so, humph. Xiao Yan, even now, you are still so stingy with your glib tongue. Since you wish to die, I will fulfill your wish. Xiao Yan, prepare to die. With a stern cry, Wu Jitian could no longer tolerate Xiao Yan continuing. His body moved and appeared in the empty space above Xiao Yan. He waved his sleeves and his hand was tightly clenched into a fist. A fist was violently smashed towards Xiao Yan's head. If this attack landed, Xiao Yan would definitely die. Humph. Great Star Plate. Activate. However, in the next moment, a cold cry that contained a terrifying murderous intent suddenly sounded in the area. Bang! In the next moment, Wu Jitian's fist that was filled with an imposing aura finally collided with a cream-white energy barrier. Crack! Following an intense tremor, a cracking sound was suddenly emitted from the point where Wu Jitian's fist collided with the energy barrier. Soon after, the sturdy barrier that could withstand an all-out attack from an ordinary elite Dou shattered. Behind Wu Jitian, Luo Jin involuntarily spat out fresh blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the cracked great star plate in his hand and involuntarily coughed twice. Luo Jin had only managed to block Wu Jitian's punch after exhausting all the strength of the great star plate and adding his own Dou Qi. If the latter had not used his full strength out of fear of Luo Jin's identity, Luo Jin would have been dead by now. Pavilion Chief, I do not wish to become enemies with Yunin Pavilion. Please move aside. Wu Jitian frowned and hesitated. If Luo Jin insisted on protecting Xiao Yan, even if the four sects joined forces, they would not be able to touch Xiao Yan. If you dare to touch him today, I guarantee that your four sects will be removed from the western region tomorrow. Luo Jin's face was pale. However, he swept his gaze across the four sect leaders with a sinister expression. There was no fear in his dark eyes. Luo Jin believed that he would be able to do what he said. Similarly, the sect leaders of the four sects did not dare to underestimate the weight of Luo Jin's words. The four of them frowned and looked at each other. Their hearts were filled with hesitation. On one hand, they had the Sky Extinction Step. That was the key to opening the Sky Extinction Ancient Tomb. On the other hand, they had to face the colossus that was the Yunin Pavilion. The strength of the Yunin Pavilion was stronger than the four sects. Looking at the current situation, Luo Jin did not seem to be joking. If he really wanted to kill, the four sects would be in real danger. To them, it was not worth it to destroy the foundation that they had built over half of their lives for Xiao Yan. It seems that with the pavilion chief around, we cannot touch Xiao Yan. Chen Zhen narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiao Yan, who was standing behind Luo Jin. Jian Ming remained silent. Yi Luo Tian had already returned to the center of the four sects. Wu Jitian frowned and looked at Luo Jin. Then, he glared at Xiao Yan and said in a deep voice, "Kid, how long do you think you can hide? If you have the ability, you can stay in the Yunin Pavilion for the rest of your life. Otherwise, humph. Since you don't have anything else to say, please take your leave." Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. When Wu Jitian heard this, he snorted coldly. He turned around and was about to leave. However, in the next moment, wait. Chapter 371. Chen Zhen took a step forward and spoke in a slightly hoarse and deep voice. After he spoke, Wu Jitian, who was about to leave, could not help but stop in his tracks. He looked at Chen Zhen with the others beside him. Wu Jitian frowned and looked at Jian Ming. He realized that Jian Ming was also at a loss. Yi Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Zhen for a while before looking at the surroundings. His eyes flickered and he seemed to be deep in thought. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed and he took half a step forward. He stared at Chen Zhen and said in a low voice, "What? Does sect leader Chen want to continue making a fuss? Although I am not as strong as you guys, I am a man of my word. I will definitely do what I say." Crack crack, Luo Jin gently shook the jade fan in his hand and then opened it. Luo Jin's white palm suddenly cut across the leaves of the fan. Blood flowed out and drops of essence blood were injected into the jade fan. Then, under everyone's gazes, lines of blood-red lines that looked like capillaries covered the entire jade fan. At the same time, a terrifying aura rapidly spread from the jade fan. Even Wu Jitian and the others in front of Luo Jin could not help but be surprised when they sensed the terrifying bloodthirsty aura from the jade whisk fan. Being able to unleash such a powerful attack with the strength of an 8-star bandit was sufficient to cause Luo Jin to feel proud. If the ones who had come today were not them but other bandit class experts, it was likely that even the four of them would not be able to do anything to Xiao Yan and Luo Jin. Even though this was the case, Chen Zhen's expression was still calm. His dark gaze was withdrawn from Xiao Yan and landed on Luo Jin in front of him. He mused for a moment before speaking in a serious voice. He pondered for a while and said, "Pavilion leader, there is no need to be so angry. Don't worry, we will not force the heaven annihilation step. I believe that even if we kill Xiao Yan and search his body, we will not be able to find the heaven annihilation step. Chen Zhen's eyes flickered. He still firmly believed that the sky extinction step was definitely with Xiao Yan. The reason why they could not find it was likely that the latter had already made preparations for them. Therefore, they had no choice but to temporarily put the matter of the sky extinction step aside. Luo Jin coldly snorted in response to Chen Zhen's words. Xiao Yan did not comment. Chen Zhen did not seem to care about this. He coldly laughed and continued to speak in a deep voice. However, there is another matter that requires Xiao Yan to give us an explanation. Finally, the conversation reached the main point. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin frowned slightly. They exchanged glances with each other. The two of them did not know what was going on in their hearts. They quietly communicated with their eyes before turning their gazes to Chen Zhen. Wu Jitian and the others at the side also looked at each other, each of them deep in thought. Wu Jitian's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at Chen Zhen. His sharp gaze occasionally glanced at Xiao Yan, who was beside Luo Jin. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Pavilion Chief, we cannot talk about other things first. However, Xiao Yan has injured one of our people. This person was jointly appointed by our 4 large sections. No matter how you put it, he can be considered a subordinate of our 4 large sections. Now that he has been injured by Xiao Yan to such an extent, don't tell me that we, as sect leaders, must just watch him be beaten by others. Chen Zhen coldly stared at Xiao Yan. Deep within his eyes, there was a hint of mockery. Today, even if he could not kill Xiao Yan, he would definitely injure him. A glint immediately shot out from Wu Jitian's eyes when these words were uttered. The smile on the corner of his mouth widened. That's right, this was the result that he wanted. No matter what, he would not allow Xiao Yan to escape unscathed in front of them. Jian Ming's eyes were like swords as he stared at Xiao Yan. An invisible aura rapidly surged around him, bringing along a gust of wind as it condensed into an invisible giant sword. Just the aura that was faintly released was enough to make a half-emperor expert's expression change. Humph. Sect leaders, just the pressure from all of you earlier is already enough for Xiao Yan to endure. Moreover, sect leader Wu has personally attacked Xiao Yan. Currently, he is already seriously injured. What else do you want from him? Luo Jin said angrily with a gloomy expression. His sharp eyes were filled with anger. He originally thought that these guys would leave after being threatened enough. Who would have thought that they would go around looking for trouble with Xiao Yan? It seems that the 4 sects have been living peacefully for too long and have forgotten about my Yunin pavilion. Luo Jin's expression was gloomy as he said in a cold tone. Ha, sect leader, you don't have to use these words to threaten us. This is a matter between our 4 sects and Xiao Yan. Moreover, we won't kill him. After all, we can't not give face to the pavilion leader. Hearing this, the corner of Chen Zhen's mouth curled into a smile. His eyes were like a poisonous snake as he stared at Xiao Yan. He continued in a cold tone. Therefore, for the sake of our 4 sects' reputation and for the sake of the pavilion leader's reputation, Xiao Yan, as long as you can receive a palm from each of us, I won't mention anything that happened between us today. As his voice fell, Chen Zhen took a step forward. Between the opening and closing of his right palm, surging doqi energy continuously gushed out from his palm. Humph humph, I can't help but want to attack. Wu Jitian had a sinister smile on his face. His scarlet tongue licked his lips in a bloodthirsty manner. As he waved his huge fist, it rubbed against the air and squeezed it, emitting a muffled sound. Xiao Yan, I've only used 20% of my strength. This is enough to seriously injure a 9-star half-martial emperor. I want to see how strong you, whose strength has exceeded your own cultivation, are. Humph, the 4 sect leaders are well-known figures in the western region. Why are you guys ganging up on a seriously injured person? Moreover, you guys are bullying a 5-star half-martial emperor. I'm afraid that all of you have already lost all your face. Luo Jin's expression was solemn. If he couldn't use other methods to stop the 4 people in front of him, Xiao Yan would still be in danger. At this moment, even his Yunyin Pavilion's prestige was unable to stop the 4 of them. With Xiao Yan's current condition, facing 4 high-level Dou Di, even if Xiao Yan didn't die in the end, the damage they would cause to Xiao Yan would be enough to destroy Xiao Yan's cultivation talent. If there were serious and irreversible consequences, it would be difficult for Xiao Yan to progress in his cultivation for the rest of his life. Humph, we can save our face. However, if we lose the hearts of the people, wouldn't it destroy our sect? So, Xiao Yan, are you going to accept or not? Ha, kid, are you afraid? If that's the case, then quickly hand over the Sky Annihilation Steps. Ha, little friend Xiao Yan, this old man will still say the same thing. Your life is more important than anything else. If you have the Sky Annihilation Steps, or if you know the location of the Sky Annihilation Steps, then tell us. Wouldn't today's matter be avoided? The words from the 4 of them were like cannons. They were either mocking or persuading. However, their goal was all for the Sky Annihilation Steps. Today, their goal was either to obtain the Sky Annihilation Steps or to cripple Xiao Yan. Luo Jin's heart was incomparably clear about this point. However, just as Luo Jin was about to open his mouth and try to salvage the situation, his expression suddenly changed. Xiao Yan's palm had actually forcefully patted his shoulder, forcefully stopping the words that were about to come out of his mouth. All right, I accept. 4 palms it is. Chapter 372. Brat, you are really straightforward. Since that is the case, eat my fist first. Seeing Xiao Yan nod his head in agreement, Wu Jitian immediately let out a cold laugh. He clenched his right fist tightly and stomped his foot in the air, intending to charge toward Xiao Yan. Wait! However, in the next moment, Luo Jin let out a cold cry with a stern expression and stopped Wu Jitian, who was about to make a move. Wu Jitian, who had paused his body, instantly returned to a gloomy expression. He glanced at Luo Jin with an impatient expression between his brows. After which, his gaze darkly stared at Xiao Yan. In response to this, Xiao Yan's pale face appeared calm. However, under that calmness, there was an unfathomable seriousness. Luo Jin directly ignored Wu Jitian. He turned his gaze and met Xiao Yan's eyes. He frowned and said in a deep voice, Brother Xiao, I know that your strength is much greater than your current cultivation level. However, regardless of how it is put, the person you are facing today is a dignified elite Dou Di. This kind of strong person is not someone that you can block. Moreover, you are currently not in your best condition. Even if you were in your peak condition, you would not be a match for them. Instead of fighting them head-on, you should leave this matter to me. With me around today, they will definitely not be able to hurt you. As Luo Jin's words sounded, the expressions of Wu Jitian and the others behind him involuntarily changed. They involuntarily revealed a tinge of anger when they looked at Luo Jin. However, at the same time, there was more fear in their eyes. Luo Jin had indeed angered them. However, what he said was true. The Yunyin Pavilion was extremely powerful. If Luo Jin really insisted on protecting Xiao Yan, they would definitely not be able to bring Xiao Yan away even if they forcefully took action today. The strength of the Yunyin Pavilion was far more terrifying than they had imagined. However, in response to Luo Jin's words, Xiao Yan shook his head gratefully, expressing his refusal. Xiao Yan was naturally aware of the strength of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion. However, at the same time, he also knew that there were many things that he needed to think of ways to resolve by himself. The world was so big that he could not rely on others for everything. When he thought about it, just how many people had he relied on during his journey? He could not continue to rely on them. Growth was a process. The reason why he relied on it was because he was immature. Just like how Xiao Yan relied on Yao Lao in the past, it was precisely because he was immature that he constantly relied on others. However, the current Xiao Yan, if possible, would absolutely not rely on anyone. Because he was deeply aware that in this world where strength was respected, he couldn't rely on anyone, nor could he rely on anyone. The only person he could rely on was himself. If you can become a shoulder for others to lean on, why would you need to rely on others? Let me do it. Thank you for sincerely helping me, my brother. The word brother caused Luo Jin's eyes to narrow slightly, and the tip of his nose couldn't help but feel a little sour. He clearly knew Xiao Yan's current situation. If he relied on himself, it would be difficult for him to defeat him, let alone face a Dou Di. Facing the 4 people in front of him, Xiao Yan had almost no chance of success. Even so, he still had to face them alone. Xiao Yan, don't force yourself. Ha, didn't I say that they won't kill me? If I die, their sect will be gone. So, don't worry, nothing will happen. Just as Luo Jin's words left his mouth, Xiao Yan's face was pale as he looked at Luo Jin with a weak smile. Humph, that's more like a man. I almost thought that you would be like a little girl, hiding behind the pavilion leader and not daring to come out. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Xiao Yan walk out from behind Luo Jin, the smile on Wu Jitian's face became even wider. The ferocious smile on his face caused people to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. Slowly closing his eyes, Xiao Yan opened his mouth slightly and slowly exhaled. After a few breaths, the moment Xiao Yan opened his eyes again, a brilliant flame instantly flashed across his eyes. The empty space in front of him also became distorted. Xiao Yan beckoned with his large hand. The moment the sharp sound of rushing wind appeared, the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in Xiao Yan's palm. Feeling the weight from the heavy ruler, Xiao Yan's expression became solemn. The hand that held the heavy Xian ruler involuntarily sank a little. This kind of strenuous feeling was something he hadn't felt for many years. Feeling the familiar feeling under his hand, Xiao Yan slowly lifted his gaze. Only then did his dark black eyes look at Wu Jitian. The corner of his mouth curled, revealing a row of snow-white teeth as he coldly laughed. Ha, you clearly have the strength to fight again, but you chose to retreat. That's not what a man should do. Since you want to test my strength, then bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yan's arm shook violently. The giant ruler in his hand danced in front of him. The whistling sound of rushing wind was accompanied by a heavy wind pressure, crushing the gravel under his feet once again. Humph. You've got guts, kid. Since you've spoken, then I won't hold back. Take my punch. With a loud roar, Wu Jitian's bear-like muscular body suddenly charged forward. His fists, which were half the size of a basketball, danced in the wind and blasted invisible air cannonballs in the empty space. Amidst the ear-piercing explosion, they flew towards Xiao Yan violently. Big Dipper Fist. Haha, kid, I've only used 20% of my strength in this punch. Don't die because you can't take it. If that happens, don't blame me. Wu Jitian's loud laughter reverberated in the sky above Green City. Anyone who heard his laughter could not help but have a slight change in their expression. The Big Dipper Fist was one of Wu Jitian's famous Do techniques. Although it was no longer that era, it was still a Tian-class high-level Do technique. Under Wu Jitian's control, the might of this punch was not any weaker than a human-class Do technique. If this punch landed on Xiao Yan's body, even if he did not die, it was likely that not many bones in his body would be intact. Xiao Yan's heart did not dare to be careless in the face of this. After all, the other party was an elite Do Di. Regardless of how one looked at it, the other party was at least a couple of times stronger than him. Regardless of what class this Do skill was, as long as it was displayed by an elite Do Di, it must not be underestimated. As the giant ruler was waved, the Do Qi within the vortex in Xiao Yan's body crazily surged out. The Do Qi churned and the heavenly flame fluttered. The pitch-black giant ruler was quickly wrapped by the beautiful, heavenly flame. Facing a Do Di, an ordinary Do technique was no longer able to resist. In order to block Wu Jitian's punch, Xiao Yan had to go all out. Ha! 7-layered. Sky. Breaking. Ruler. After his stern cry sounded, Xiao Yan's toes pressed gently on the ground. A lightning glow flashed and Xiao Yan had already appeared high in the sky. His arm shook and the pitch-black giant ruler was suddenly waved. Under the continuous wave of Xiao Yan's hand, 7 frightening ruler glows shot out from the giant ruler in a short couple of breaths. One after another, the 7 ruler glows merged and their might filled the sky and penetrated the 9 heavens. At the same time, the frightening aura on Wu Jitian's fist that shook one's soul suddenly soared. Although Wu Jitian did not use his full strength, this was sufficient to cause Xiao Yan to have difficulty dealing with him. The surrounding crowd swiftly scattered when they saw that an intense collision was about to erupt. Numerous solemn gazes focused on Xiao Yan and Wu Jitian. The hearts of countless people were shocked by the terror of the 2 people in front of them. Bang! The next moment, an intense explosion sounded and a frightening energy storm violently swept out in all directions with the point where the 2 of them had collided in the middle. Countless people in the sky and on the ground revealed shocked gazes as they watched this scene in the sky. A shock that could not be described with words surged onto their faces. Is this the strength of an elite Do-D? When the energy storm scattered, everyone focused their eyes and looked over. Their eyes involuntarily became startled. At this moment, there was only Wu Jitian alone in the sky. There was no sign of Xiao Yan. Luo Jin's heart involuntarily tightened when he saw this scene. Could it be that Xiao Yan had already been, by Wu Jitian during the collision earlier? A fury immediately rose in Luo Jin's heart when he thought of this. The Do Qi within his body was swiftly raised and he was just about to move. However, at the next moment, a voice that carried an intense cough was suddenly transmitted over from the sky. Cough cough, an elite Do-D is only a so-so, again. Chapter 373. In the ruins, Xiao Yan stood up in a sorry state. He held the giant ruler with one hand and his eyes were filled with malevolence. Although the previous attack was strenuous, it was fortunate that the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler had stopped Xiao Yan's injuries. In addition, Xiao Yan was protected by the Great Wave Veil. Even though he was severely injured, it was not to the point where he was on the brink of death. In the air, Luo Jin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Xiao Yan climb up from the ruins. No matter what, it was fine as long as Xiao Yan was alive. Otherwise, he would have annihilated the 4 sects in a fit of rage. Cough cough, Xiao Yan stood up with great difficulty. His mouth involuntarily began to cough intensely. At this moment, fresh blood was coughed out along with some fragments of his internal organs. Xiao Yan's originally pale face had become incomparably pale at this moment. Humph. Kid, the fact that you were able to block this punch of yours truly has indeed caused me to be incomparably shocked. However, just this strike alone is sufficient to cause you to lose all of your remaining combat strength. What qualifications do you think you have to spout such arrogant words about fighting again? Humph, are you trying to show off because the pavilion master is around? Do you really think that we don't dare to kill you? Is that why you boast so shamelessly? Chen Zhen's lips curled when he heard Wu Jitian's disdainful snort. He stared coldly at Xiao Yan with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Although they had promised Luo Jin that they would not kill Xiao Yan, they could not be blamed if Xiao Yan could not withstand the 4 attacks and died. After all, they had given Xiao Yan the leeway to choose before this. Moreover, this was the result of his own choice. Life and death were decided by fate. As long as the strength that the 4 of them used did not exceed 20% of their strength, Xiao Yan's life and death would not have much to do with them. Of course, Luo Jin naturally would not think that way. However, this was the common reason why the 4 sects wanted to kill Xiao Yan. Cough cough, a cold smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face as blood continued to flow from his mouth. His throat rolled as he swallowed the pill in his mouth. Immediately, a gentle energy rapidly spread through Xiao Yan's body, healing his injuries. Ha, Your Excellency's punch is neither painful nor itchy to me, so how could I not have the strength to fight? Brat, you're courting death. Hearing the mocking words from Xiao Yan's mouth, a furious flame rose in Wu Jitian's heart. His hand once again clenched into a fist as he prepared to attack Xiao Yan. Hee, sect leader Wu, please don't be angry. He's just using his tongue. Just let him be. However, your punch has already passed. Next, I wonder who will make the first move. Chen Zhen laughed softly and stopped the enraged Wu Jitian. After which, he turned his gaze and looked at Jian Ming and Yi Luotian. Ha, sect leader Chen, please don't look at me first. This old man is a soft-hearted person. I'll be the last one. Those who want to kill can go first. Ha! Yi Luotian chuckled when he saw Chen Zhen looking at him. However, he took a step back as if he was an outsider. When Jian Ming saw the two of them looking at him, he could not help but curse the old fox in his heart. He snorted coldly and turned his head to look at Xiao Yan. Little brat, since sect leader Wu's fist didn't make you feel any pain, then I'll use my sword to test if your bones are as hard as iron like your mouth. Jian Ming placed two of his fingers together and waved them. A sword hum reverberated throughout the sky, seeping into one's heart. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened when he heard this. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. The veins on the back of his hand were exposed. His hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, tightened a little. The little remaining dou qi in his body moved with his heart at this moment and gathered in Xiao Yan's palm. As long as Xiao Yan thought about it, the enormous ruler in his hand would once again unleash a shocking strength that even a 9-star half-DD would not dare to underestimate. Sect leader Jian, feel free to come. This little one will receive all of it. Good brat. You have guts. Jian Ming's eyes involuntarily brightened when he looked at Xiao Yan. His mouth involuntarily praised. It was true that Xiao Yan was their enemy, but his training talent and his achievements were sufficient to cause them, elite Dou Di, to regard him seriously. It would be fine if Xiao Yan died in the hands of the four of them today. However, if not, it was likely that Xiao Yan's achievements in the future would only surpass or even surpass the four of them. Sword, come! Jian Ming let out a stern cry. His right hand shook forcefully. As dou qi poured out, numerous flying swords shot out from the tip of his finger, transforming into a long dragon that was completely agglomerated from a countless number of long swords that soared through the sky. The dragon soared through the sky, twisting and turning in the sky. Its aura was frightening. An invisible sword intent spread out from the body of this enormous long dragon, causing the space around it to repeatedly form wave after wave of spatial ripples that swiftly spread apart. Each time those sword intents landed on the ground, numerous enormous sword scars would be formed on the ground. Even the surrounding crowd was nearly implicated. Xiao Yan, this is the fifth move of my 7-sword skill, 10,000 swords agglomerate. If you are able to block it, I, Jian Ming, will immediately turn around and leave. Jian Ming's eyes focused as he stared at Xiao Yan. His face was stern as he spoke in a deep voice. Good. Come. Let me see just how strong the Sky Sword sect, which uses the sword as its sect among the 4 great sects, is. Xiao Yan's expression was solemn. He waved his arm and waved the huge ruler as he spoke in a stern voice. Brat, how arrogant. Take this. Jian Ming waved his arm and pointed his sword at Xiao Yan. In the sky, the enormous long dragon opened its mouth. Immediately, countless number of long swords that were agglomerated from dou qi shot out and ruthlessly shot toward Xiao Yan. 6-joint body flowing ruler. 6-joint fire. Xiao Yan let out an explosive cry as he waved both of his hands. The huge ruler danced along with it. As the huge ruler danced swiftly, numerous ruler shadows gradually agglomerated into a circular shield around Xiao Yan's body, protecting him within it. At the same time, a terrifying, heavenly flame covered the ruler glow. Numerous heavenly flames ruler glows shot out and met the flying swords that were shooting toward Xiao Yan. Bang! 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 Seeing that his flying swords were actually unable to swiftly break Xiao Yan's defense, Jian Ming involuntarily felt a little surprised in his heart. Soon after, however, a cold smile surfaced on his face. The defense of Xiao Yan's six-joint body-flowing ruler was not weak. Unfortunately, the other party was after all an elite Do Di. Additionally, the flying swords in the huge dragon's mouth were endless. Compared to Xiao Yan, whose Do Qi was currently weak, Jian Ming had an advantage in every aspect. Within a short moment, Xiao Yan's six-joint body-flowing ruler had already been suppressed. The six-joint fire was no longer able to be shot out. The countless number of flying swords repeatedly and violently smashed into the ruler's shield that was agglomerated from the countless number of ruler shadows. Under this endless barrage, Xiao Yan forcefully endured for nearly 2 hours. The thick ruler shadows also became increasingly thin. Even Xiao Yan's arms were gradually becoming numb under the endless barrage. The six-joint body-flowing ruler was already unable to continue enduring. Humph humph, brat, this D's 10,000 swords agglomerate technique is endless unless the sword dragon is broken. You are no match for it. With this technique, regardless of how strong your defense is, this D will be able to wear you down to death even if you have to wear it down. Seeing that Xiao Yan was about to be unable to endure any longer, Jian Ming involuntarily laughed coldly. Grug. This continued until a certain moment when the pale-faced Xiao Yan was finally unable to endure this endless barrage of attacks. The instant the enormous ruler in Xiao Yan's hand left his hand, the incomparably firm six-joint body-flowing ruler from a moment ago was suddenly broken apart. Countless number of long swords violently pierced towards Xiao Yan's body. The cold glint was biting cold. The extremely cold edge of the sword caused one to shudder. It only took an instant for these long swords to land on Xiao Yan's body. Regardless of how frightening his strength was, he would definitely die. At this moment, Luo Jin, whose face had just recovered some redness, involuntarily turned gloomy. Chapter 374. When the dust fog scattered, everyone could only see that the countless number of long swords were inserted into the ground. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was nowhere to be seen. From the looks of it, it seemed that he had been completely torn apart by the bombardment of the countless number of long swords until nothing remained. Humph humph, Xiao Yan, this D has already said that you will definitely not be able to block this attack of this D. With your strength, even 20% of my strength is enough to, huh? That's not right. Jian Ming's expression suddenly changed before his voice sounded. His brows were immediately knit together. His gaze focused on the ground that was covered by the countless number of long swords. There was nothing at that spot other than the soil that was repeatedly lifted by the enormous strength of the long swords. Logically speaking, if Xiao Yan had died from that attack earlier, his fresh blood should have scattered all over the ground. However, what was going on with his current appearance? Could it be that Xiao Yan had not died? Jian Ming's sharp eyes involuntarily hardened when he thought of this. A great storm suddenly rose within his heart at this moment. Being able to dodge his attack in front of an 8-star Do Di without anyone noticing. Was this really something that a 5-star Ban Di could do? Don't tell me that it is the Sky Absolute Step. However, Jian Ming's face once again revealed a joy the next moment. If it was the Sky Absolute Step, this was the best news for them. Similarly, the other few people behind him had also thought of this at the same time that Jian Ming thought of this. Immediately, smiles once again appeared on the faces of the few of them. Their gazes swiftly rotated as they swiftly searched for Xiao Yan's figure. Huh? In the sky. Jian Ming, who was searching all around for Xiao Yan, was startled. He could clearly sense that an extremely weak aura had suddenly appeared in the sky at the same level as his sword dragon. Xiao Yan. Jian Ming suddenly raised his head. Xiao Yan's figure slowly appeared from the empty space in front of his eyes. The black curtain behind him scattered and his aura had once again weakened. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yan, you have finally been unable to resist using the Sky Absolute Step. Jian Ming's face was wild as he laughed out loud. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and the long dragon in the sky suddenly turned around. It faced Xiao Yan. Once Jian Ming gave the order, countless number of longswords would shoot out and instantly turn Xiao Yan into a beehive. No, this is not the sky absolute step. However, just as Jian Ming's voice sounded, a somewhat solemn voice was emitted from Chen Zhen's mouth behind her. Jian Ming was not the only one who was stunned. Even Wu Jitian and Yi Luotian, who were beside Chen Zhen, could not help but be slightly taken aback. Not the sky extinction steps. Being able to dodge Jian Ming's attack at a critical moment. This kind of strange speed was naturally impossible for Xiao Yan to achieve with his current strength. Since this was the case, the only possibility was the sky extinction step. However, what did Chen Zhen's words mean? Appearing to have seen the doubt in the hearts of the few of them, Chen Zhen narrowed his eyes. He stared at Xiao Yan in the sky and exhaled a deep breath. A moment later, he finally opened his mouth and spoke one word at a time. What this brat used earlier was not the sky absolute step. Although the sky absolute step is extremely fast, it is impossible for it to not leave any traces in front of us. Wu Jitian raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. This was not bad. With Xiao Yan's current strength, it was impossible for him to not leave any traces when using the sky absolute step in front of them. But since that was the case, what was going on? Chen Zhen, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't dilly-dally. The corners of Wu Jitian's mouth twitched as he spoke somewhat impatiently. I didn't mean to speak so slowly. It's just that this answer might shock all of you. After all, even I, who just realized this, felt a storm in my heart. Chen Zhen stared intently at Xiao Yan. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. What he used earlier was not the sky absolute step, but the power of the Great Way. The expressions of a countless number of people changed when these words were uttered. Regardless of whether it was the surrounding crowd, the many Bandi experts standing in the distant sky, Wu Jitian and Yi Luotian standing beside Chen Zhen at this moment, or even Jian Ming, who was preparing to attack Xiao Yan, a great storm rose in their hearts at this moment. The power of the Great Way. A half-emperor using the power of the Great Way? The four of them had never heard of this in their lifetime experience. A half-emperor was actually able to comprehend the power of the Great Way. What kind of genius was this? It was no wonder that Xiao Yan would be targeted by the Ghost Hall. If they could not use him, they would destroy him. This was the way the Ghost Hall had always done things. However, while the emotions of the four of them were changing, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a muffled groan in the sky. Then, with a puff, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his aura rapidly declined. Forcefully condensing the power of the Great Way was an unbearable consumption for Xiao Yan, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight. At this moment, if Jian Ming attacked again, he would probably not have the strength to fight back. This kid is indeed extraordinary. No matter what, I can't let him go today. Sword Dragon, tear him apart. Jian Ming said in his heart, and a ruthless expression suddenly surged onto his face. He waved his hand, and as sword intent surged, he roared sternly at the sword dragon in the sky. As soon as the roar fell, the huge body of the long dragon in the sky suddenly shook, and a vast sword intent swept out like a wave in the sky. At the same time, the sword dragon's body moved, and it instantly charged towards Xiao Yan with a terrifying sword intent. In the blink of an eye, the sword dragon had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head. The huge dragon body shook, and two huge dragon claws condensed from countless long swords slashed down fiercely at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan could not dodge this attack at all. Before the dragon claw arrived, the frightening sword aura had already swiftly shot toward Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Yan's physical body was not afraid of these sword auras, the piercing pain that was repeatedly transmitted from his body caused Xiao Yan's face to involuntarily become a little distorted. The next moment, the dragon claw with a frightening might had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. An invisible sword aura mercilessly tore through the empty space. A countless number of sword shadows agglomerated together like a huge umbrella that completely covered Xiao Yan's body. Once this attack landed, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not even be able to find his corpse. In the next moment, under the joyful gazes of Chen Zhen and the others, as well as Luo Jin, who was ready to make a move on the other side. The huge dragon claws in the sky carried a terrifying wind pressure and slashed down fiercely at Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed a grayish expression as he faced the dragon claw that was swiftly approaching his head. He finally sensed an aura of death under this dragon claw. He did not doubt that if this thing were to land, forget about his physical body, he would not even be able to protect his soul. However, the moment the dragon claws were about to land on Xiao Yan's head, roar. Chapter 375. Roar. An earth-shaking roar resounded endlessly through the heavens and earth. Everyone felt a buzzing sound exploding in their heads. Even the half-martial emperors had grave expressions on their faces and turned pale. There was no need to mention those below the half-martial emperor level. They were already lying on the ground in a mess of injuries. Roar. In the sky, Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed when he heard the earth-shaking dragon roar. When he lifted his gaze and looked at the sword dragon, the huge dragon claw formed from countless swords was violently clashing with Xiao Jin's dragon claw. Ear-piercing clanging sounds were continuously emitted as sparks flew in all directions. Xiao Jin. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened. He had originally controlled the North King with his mind to make a last stand. However, he did not expect that Xiao Jin would be the one to block it in the end. Clang! 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 The intense collisions did not stop. Sparks that were as beautiful as stars sprinkled down like a rain of fire. Xiao Jin's huge body twisted as it violently collided with the sword dragon in front of it. Its body, which was already riddled with injuries, was covered with sword scars in the process of colliding with the sword dragon. Pieces of dragon scales with a dim golden glow slid down from Xiao Jin's body. Fresh blood splattered. Fresh blood that still carried some warmth drifted and landed on Xiao Yan's face. The thick smell of blood caused Xiao Yan's expression to gradually turn gloomy. His powerless hands under his sleeves were once again tightly clenched. With a thought from Xiao Yan, the North King's body shot out like a cannonball. It stepped through the air and instantly arrived at the sword dragon's abdomen. It waved its iron fist and shattered many of the swords on the dragon's body with a single punch. The North King, who had just recovered from its injuries, attacked the sword dragon in front of it with all its strength. Even though it used all its strength, the huge gap in strength made all of its actions seem like a drop in the bucket. Without a powerful attack, it would be very difficult to shatter the sword dragon. Brat, if you want to break this sword dragon, attack its head. That is the core of the sword dragon controlled by the Do Di. If you break it, this sword dragon will be destroyed. While Xiao Yan was at his wit's end, Gu Yu's voice was finally emitted from within his body. The moment he opened his mouth, he informed Xiao Yan of the sword dragon's weakness. Xiao Yan secretly nodded. He raised his gaze and looked at the sword dragon. The next moment, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but sink slightly. Although the sword dragon's head was its weakness, at the same time, it was also the place that the sword dragon guarded the most. Over there, no matter which direction Xiao Yan attacked from, he would be sensed by the sword dragon. Furthermore, with Jian Ming's control, it was impossible to break through the sword dragon. Xiao Yan's heart immediately became a little heavy when he thought of this. At the same time, he was also aware of the situation he was currently facing. This was the only path he could take if he wanted to break the sword dragon. Otherwise, if this continued, not only would something happen to him, but it was likely that even Xiao Jin would be implicated. No matter what, he had to go all out and give it a try. Xiao Yan's eyes were sharp as he stared at the enormous sword dragon in front of him. His throat rolled as he swallowed another 2D-tier medicinal pills into his stomach. Following the spread of the medicinal strength, a powerful aura swiftly gathered within Xiao Yan's body. Jian Ming below involuntarily emitted a cold snort when he saw the sudden unexpected change in the sky. A thought passed through his heart and the aura of the sword dragon, which was clashing with Xiao Jin, suddenly soared. The originally barely balanced battle situation was also broken at this moment. The sword dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar as countless sword beams shot out from its enormous dragon claws. Sharp sword beams shot out from its entire body as it ruthlessly slashed at Xiao Jin's body. In an instant, Xiao Jin, who was facing the enemy head-on, could not avoid being slashed by the sword glows. Numerous shallow and deep sword scars repeatedly smashed onto Xiao Jin's body like raindrops. Fresh blood dripped from it. One could even vaguely see the dense white bones under the cut flesh. Xiao Jin, on the other hand, continued to roar from its mouth. It continued to firmly block the sword dragon in front of it, preventing the sword glows from injuring Xiao Yan. Jian Ming. I already said that I will only use 20% of my strength. Do you really not put me in your eyes by doing this? Seeing this scene, Luo Jin immediately shouted angrily. He treated Xiao Yan as a friend and Xiao Jin had a close relationship with Xiao Yan. Naturally, he would not sit back and do nothing, allowing Jian Ming to harm Xiao Jin. Cuckoo, Pavilion Chief must be joking. We only said that we will only use 20% of our strength when facing Xiao Yan. We did not say that we will show mercy to this beast. We are already being merciful by not killing it with one strike. You. Luo Jin was furious in his heart, but he had nothing to say. He could only turn his body and the dou qi in his body churned as he flew over to help Xiao Jin. Cuckoo, I think that it is better for Pavilion Chief to remain here. If you move, I only need to wave my finger. Before you can fly over, that beast and Xiao Yan will likely die together. Jian Ming. How dare you threaten this Pavilion Chief? Hearing Jian Ming's dark, cold laughter, Luo Jin was finally unable to endure it any longer. He suddenly cried out angrily and waved his hand. The jade fan in his hand instantly opened and a douqi pillar shot toward Jian Ming. Jian Ming randomly dissolved Luo Jin's attack. The corner of his mouth lifted into a mocking smile. He looked at Luo Jin with a calm smile and said, Pavilion Chief, don't be angry. There is no need for Pavilion Chief to be angry. The reason why I am doing this is because I hope that I will not accidentally injure Pavilion Chief. After all, the aim of our trip this time around is only to target Xiao Yan. It has nothing to do with the hidden cloud pavilion. We are indeed sorry for accidentally injuring the elders of your pavilion earlier. However, we hope that Pavilion Chief can give in on the matter of Xiao Yan. The reason why Jian Ming was afraid of the Yunyin Pavilion was because of the faction behind the Yunyin Pavilion. Currently, Luo Jin was alone. Without the support of that person, he was merely an ordinary 8-star half-emperor. In Jian Ming's opinion, if he really wanted to kill a half-emperor, it would only take a single thought. It was not enough to reach the apex. Humph. This Pavilion Chief will still say the same thing. If anything happens to Xiao Yan today, the four of you, along with your sex, must disappear together. Luo Jin's chest rose and fell intensely as he roared angrily at Jian Ming. Jian Ming frowned tightly. No matter what, he was still afraid of Luo Jin's threat. The others also frowned once again. However, when they shot their gazes toward Xiao Yan, they could not help but think of the sky extinction steps. This was a great opportunity related to the sky extinction ancient tomb. No matter what, they could not easily let it go. In the sky, bright red blood continued to pour down, completely dyeing Xiao Yan, who was behind Xiao Jin, into a blood person. The furious roar gradually weakened and turned into a hoarse low roar. The roar was filled with deep unwillingness and pain. Even so, Xiao Jin still persevered in pain. No matter what, it would use its body to block the sharp swords that wanted to harm Xiao Yan. Countless sharp swords pierced into Xiao Jin's body. Its scarlet flesh was cut open, and blood splattered everywhere. Its flesh and blood were separated, and the eerie white bones reflected a cold luster, causing one's heart to turn even colder. Humph, even if I can't kill Xiao Yan today, I definitely can't let him leave Green City unscathed. If I can't kill him, then I'll cut off one of your arms. He. Jian Ming's expression was gloomy as he sneered in his heart. Everyone raised their gazes and looked at the battle circle in the sky. When they saw the scene in front of them, everyone could not help but gasp. A chill unconsciously rose in their hearts. Under the jagged sword light, Xiao Jin was already like a lamp that had run out of oil. It was because of this that it tried even harder to protect the sword dragon in front of it, blocking all the sword light on its body. It was also because of this that pieces of flesh mixed with broken bones were repeatedly sent flying from Xiao Jin's body. A portion of the sword glow was already able to penetrate Xiao Jin's body and had even nearly injured Xiao Yan. This caused Xiao Jin to go all out, hoping that it could ensure Xiao Yan's safety. The eyes of Jian Ming and the others below contained some envy as they looked at Xiao Yan, who was standing still behind Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin's action caused even them to involuntarily be moved. They would probably never get a person who was willing to risk his life for them in this lifetime. Humph, this beast is really loyal. It's a pity that no matter how loyal you are, it's futile in the face of reality. However, the corners of Jian Ming's mouth curled into a sinister smile. He slowly raised his shriveled hands from under his sleeves and clenched them tightly the moment he let out a sinister laugh. Since you're so desperate to protect Xiao Yan, then you can die first. With a sinister laugh, Jian Ming's mind stirred. The sword dragon in the sky suddenly roared at the sky, letting out a deep sword cry. Following that, its huge body suddenly shook, and its dragon claws forcefully broke free from Xiao Jin's restraints. The long sword condensed, and the huge dragon claws were raised high, slashing down fiercely at Xiao Jin's head. When Luo Jin saw this, although he wanted to make a move, in the end, he lowered his head with a gloomy expression and let out a heavy sigh. In this current situation, if he were to make a move, he would definitely be stopped by Chen Zhen and the others. This would also cause the current situation to become even more chaotic. When that time came, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have difficulty surviving even with the Yunin pavilion in front of him. At this moment, for the sake of Xiao Yan, Luo Jin could only watch helplessly regardless of how unwilling he was in his heart. "Young master," Zhang Yi's voice sounded beside Luo Jin's ear. Only then did Luo Jin recover. There was still this elite Do Di by his side. Unfortunately, it was already too late at this moment. Xiao Jin was already too late to rescue him. Ugh, no matter what, we must protect brother Xiao Yan. I can only apologize for the matter of Xiao Jin in the future. As for the 4 large sects, I will definitely make them pay the price after today. Luo Jin's expression was gloomy as he lowered his head and spoke. No, young master. What the old me means is that little friend Xiao Yan seems to be a little off. Huh? Before Zhang Yi's voice sounded, Luo Jin's eyes suddenly hardened. He lifted his gaze and stared at Xiao Yan, who was standing still in the sky. At this moment, the latter was still standing in the sky without moving. The intense battle in front of him seemed to have nothing to do with him. Both of his eyes were tightly shut and his expression was calm. Seeing this scene, Luo Jin could not help but frown slightly. Given Xiao Yan's feelings for Xiao Yan, if something were to happen to the latter, Xiao Yan would definitely not ignore it like this. No matter what situation he was in, Xiao Yan would definitely not ignore Xiao Jin's life and death. Since this was the case, then what was going on with his current situation? Immediately after, Luo Jin's expression changed drastically after he probed Xiao Yan's aura. This was because even with his strength, he was unable to detect the exact aura of Xiao Yan. What is going on? In the next moment, the huge dragon claw in the sky viciously hacked down on Xiao Yan's head, the quiet and unmoving Xiao Yan finally opened his eyes at this moment. At this moment, golden light shot out. Heavenly flames that covered the sky swiftly swept across the sky with Xiao Yan at the center. King Kong Glass Body. Chapter 376. Die. The frightening wind from the fist violently struck Jian Ming's face. At the same time that it brought about waves of piercing pain, it also caused him to feel suffocated. However, Jian Ming's face appeared incomparably calm in the face of Xiao Yan's all-out attack. Even though the enormous golden fist had already covered all of his vision, Jian Ming still remained indifferent. Bang! The next moment, a clear muffled sound appeared. The enormous golden-colored fist, which was a couple of times larger than Jian Ming's entire body, was forcefully stopped a couple of inches from Jian Ming's face. Regardless of how Xiao Yan used all his strength, his metal fist was unable to advance even an inch forward. What? Xiao Yan's heart was suddenly startled when he saw this scene. He did not expect that his all-out attack would not even be able to touch Jian Ming's body. The terror of an elite Do Di was obvious from this. He, brat, your courage is commendable. However, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think that you, a mere bandit, will have the chance to hurt me? What a joke. He. Jian Ming involuntarily laughed out loud when he saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a savage smile as he laughed sternly. You are unable to even break the protective sword aura of this D. On what basis do you say that you want to kill me? Don't tell me that you want to rely on this mouth of yours. He. If I don't try, how will I know if I can break it? Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he snorted coldly. He immediately waved his large hand and a dense white, heavenly flame immediately spluttered out from all over his body. It transformed into numerous lines of fire that swiftly wrapped around Jian Ming in front of him. The temperature of the place suddenly rose the moment the heavenly flame surged out. The originally neutral air suddenly became dry, causing the breathing of everyone in the city to become a little dry. This heavenly flame is a little different from the other heavenly flames in his body. Wu Jitian frowned and reached out to grab the air in front of him. He could not help but exclaim when he felt the scorching temperature in the air. Indeed, this brat is really strange. Looking at the power of his bone-chilling flame, it is obvious that it is not the main body. However, if it is compared to other seed flames, it is much stronger. Chen Zhen nodded slightly when he heard this. With his spiritual strength, the results of his investigation were clearly much clearer than Wu Jitian's. However, he was also unable to pinpoint the difference between the bone-chilling fire and the bone-chilling fire. The most mysterious thing about this little friend is how he fused the heavenly flames in his body together. Although this old man has heard of some cultivation methods that can fuse 2 or 3 heavenly flames together, to be able to fuse almost all of the heavenly flames together like this, isn't this too heaven-defying? Yi Luotian narrowed his old eyes as he stared deeply at the bone-freezing flame on Xiao Yan's body. He stroked his white beard with one hand and placed the other behind his back as he chuckled. On the other side, the dense white heavenly flame wrapped around Jian Ming, causing him to look like a fire cocoon from the outside. Although he had a sword aura protecting his body, the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame still caused Jian Ming to suffer even though he was separated by the sword aura. Moreover, under the continuous burning of the heavenly flame, Jian Ming could clearly sense that his protective sword aura was being incessantly burned. The terror of the heavenly flame was enough to break through his protective sword aura in a short period of time. Xiao Yan also took advantage of this opportunity. His enormous body suddenly danced as his fist violently smashed against the sword aura that was wrapped by the heavenly flame. Bang! Jian Ming's body, which was wrapped by the heavenly flame, instantly shot out like a football when the fist landed. Xiao Yan took a step forward and used the sky extinction steps once again. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above Jian Ming's head. His mountain-like body suddenly turned as a whip leg violently smashed against the sword aura from top to bottom. Bang! With a loud bang, Jian Ming's body was like a cannonball as it violently smashed into the city below, stirring up dust that filled the sky. Ha! Xiao Yan roared at the sky. His body moved once again and instantly fell into the city below. Bang! 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 Hundreds of heavy hammers struck consecutively. However, the sword aura shield around Jian Ming's body was still intact. Ha! When Xiao Yan once again threw a punch, an intense sword glow suddenly shot out from under the thin heavenly flame. The sword was pointed at Xiao Yan. The eyes of the golden giant that Xiao Yan had transformed into hardened. His body twisted and he actually dodged the sword. At the same time, his other idle left hand suddenly clenched into a fist as it violently smashed towards Jianming. Bang! Huh! Unlike before, this time, the huge fist that Xiao Yan had thrown out was blocked by an arm that was as thin as a chopstick. It was Jianming. Xiao Yan, this emperor gave you 500 moves. Unfortunately, you were unable to break through this emperor's protective sword aura. You have let this emperor down, roar. Before Jianming could finish his sentence, Xiao Yan suddenly extended his right hand. As if he was catching a loach, he grabbed Jianming, who had yet to finish speaking, in his palm. Octane blast. A thunderous roar spread out. A terrifying aura condensed into an invisible storm that swept away all the gravel and dust within 1,000 feet of Xiao Yan. At the same time, Xiao Yan also raised his right fist that was holding Jianming. When the latter regained his senses, he fiercely smashed his fist into the huge pit in front of him. Following the shout, when Jianming regained his senses, Xiao Yan had already thrown out dozens of punches. Bang! Once again, the attack from Xiao Yan's hand was blocked by Jianming. Jianming blocked Xiao Yan's attack with one hand. He looked at the sword aura that was wrapped around his body and was on the verge of shattering. He could not help but be shocked by Xiao Yan's violence. With just his flesh and blood, he was able to unleash such a terrifying attack that almost shattered his protective sword aura. In his knowledge, other than Wu Jitian, no one else could compare to such a terrifying physical cultivation. Xiao Yan, you have really caused this D to look at you in a different light. Octane blast. Bang! Xiao Yan's attack was once again blocked by Jianming. The latter snorted coldly and laughed ruthlessly. What, after the first time, do you still expect a second time? Bang! Even though Jianming's heart was filled with disdain and ridicule, Xiao Yan once again ruthlessly kicked his face just as the words were about to leave his mouth. This time around, not only was Jianming sent flying, but even the protective sword aura around him was finally broken. Seeing this scene, not only the surrounding crowd, but even Wu Jitian and the others in the distance could not help but feel stunned in their hearts. Jianming had expected that Xiao Yan would use both his fists. However, he seemed to have forgotten that he still had a pair of legs that were even more overbearing. This time around, Jianming had indeed thought too highly of himself and had been careless. Otherwise, with his strength as a Do Di, how could Xiao Yan have caused him to repeatedly suffer losses? It was because Jianming had looked down on his enemy that he had repeatedly been defeated by Xiao Yan. At the end of the day, this could be considered as him asking for it. Bastard! Do you really think that you are able to contend against this D? This kick had broken through Jianming's protective sword aura and also seemed to have completely awakened him. Finally, a terrifying aura that had been suppressed for a long time swiftly swept out in all directions with Jianming's body as the epicenter when Jianming stood up unscathed. At the same time his voice sounded, for enormous swords that towered into the sky also swiftly rose from the ground around Xiao Yan's body, surrounding him within. Surrounded by walls, Xiao Yan lifted his gaze and looked at the sky above. That was his only way out at this moment. Xiao Yan's feet arched slightly as he prepared to jump out of the cage. Trying to hide. It won't be so easy. Having already seen through Xiao Yan's intention, Jianming coldly snorted. The seal in his hand changed and another enormous sword swiftly formed above Xiao Yan's head. It was just waiting for Jianming's order to cut Xiao Yan in half. Sixth Style, Sword Seal. Chapter 377. Die. The frightening wind from the fist violently struck Jianming's face. At the same time that it brought about waves of piercing pain, it also caused him to feel suffocated. However, Jianming's face appeared incomparably calm in the face of Xiao Yan's all-out attack. Even though the enormous golden fist had already covered all of his vision, Jianming still remained indifferent. Bang! The next moment, a clear muffled sound appeared. The enormous golden-colored fist, which was a couple of times larger than Jianming's entire body, was forcefully stopped a couple of inches from Jianming's face. Regardless of how Xiao Yan used all his strength, his metal fist was unable to advance even an inch forward. What? Xiao Yan's heart was suddenly startled when he saw this scene. He did not expect that his all-out attack would not even be able to touch Jian Ming's body. The terror of an elite Do Di was obvious from this. He, brat, your courage is commendable. However, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Do you think that you, a mere bandit, have the chance to hurt me? What a joke. He. Jian Ming involuntarily laughed out loud when he saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a savage smile as he laughed sternly. You are unable to even break the protective sword aura of this D. On what basis do you say that you want to kill me? Don't tell me that you want to rely on this mouth of yours. He. If I don't try, how would I know if I can break it? Xiao Yan's expression was solemn as he snorted coldly. He immediately waved his large hand and a dense white, heavenly flame immediately spluttered out from all over his body. It transformed into numerous lines of fire that swiftly wrapped around Jian Ming in front of him. The temperature of the place suddenly rose the moment the heavenly flame surged out. The originally neutral air suddenly became dry, causing the breathing of everyone in the city to become a little dry. This heavenly flame is a little different from the other heavenly flames in his body. Wu Jitian frowned and reached out to grab the air in front of him. He could not help but exclaim when he felt the scorching temperature in the air. Indeed, this brat is really strange. Looking at the power of his bone-chilling flame, it is obvious that it is not the main body. However, if it is compared to other seed flames, it is much stronger. Chen Zhen nodded slightly when he heard this. With his spiritual strength, the results of his investigation were clearly much clearer than Wu Jitian's. However, he was also unable to pinpoint the difference between the bone-chilling fire and the bone-chilling fire. The most mysterious thing about this little friend is how he fused the heavenly flames in his body together. Although this old man has heard of some cultivation methods that can fuse 2 or 3 heavenly flames together, to be able to fuse almost all of the heavenly flames together like this, isn't this too heaven-defying? Yi Luotian narrowed his old eyes as he stared deeply at the bone-freezing flame on Xiao Yan's body. He stroked his white beard with one hand and placed the other behind his back as he chuckled. On the other side, the dense white heavenly flame wrapped around Jian Ming, causing him to appear like a fire cocoon from the outside. Although he had a sword aura protecting his body, the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame still caused Jian Ming to suffer even though he was separated by the sword aura. Moreover, under the continuous burning of the heavenly flame, Jian Ming could clearly sense that his protective sword aura was being continuously burned. The frightening heavenly flame was enough to break through his protective sword aura in a short period of time. Xiao Yan also took advantage of this opportunity. His enormous body suddenly danced as a fist violently smashed against the sword aura that was wrapped by the heavenly flame. Bang! Jian Ming's body, which was wrapped by the heavenly flame, instantly shot out like a football when the fist landed. Xiao Yan took a step forward and used the sky extinction steps once again. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived above Jian Ming's head. His mountain-like body suddenly turned as a whip leg violently smashed against the sword aura from top to bottom. Bang! With a loud bang, Jian Ming's body was like a cannonball as it violently smashed into the city below, stirring up dust that filled the sky. Ha! Xiao Yan roared at the sky. His body moved once again and instantly fell into the city below. Bang! 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 Hundreds of heavy hammers struck consecutively. However, the sword aura shield around Jian Ming's body was still intact. Ha! When Xiao Yan once again threw a punch, an intense sword glow suddenly shot out from under the thin heavenly flame. The sword was pointed at Xiao Yan. The eyes of the golden giant that Xiao Yan had transformed into hardened. His body twisted and he actually dodged the sword. At the same time, his other idle left hand suddenly clenched into a fist and violently smashed towards Jian Ming. Bang! Unlike before, This time, the huge fist that Xiao Yan had thrown out was blocked by an arm that was as thin as a chopstick. It was Jianming. Humph, Xiao Yan, this emperor gave you 500 moves. Unfortunately, you were unable to break through this emperor's protective sword aura. You have let this emperor down, roar. Before Jianming could finish his sentence, Xiao Yan suddenly extended his right hand. As if he was catching a loach, he grabbed Jianming, who had yet to finish speaking, in his palm. Octane blast. A thunderous roar spread out. A terrifying aura condensed into an invisible storm that swept away all the gravel and dust within 1,000 feet of Xiao Yan. At the same time, Xiao Yan also raised his right fist that was holding Jianming. When the latter regained his senses, he fiercely smashed his fist into the huge pit in front of him. Following the shout, when Jianming regained his senses, Xiao Yan had already thrown out dozens of punches. Bang! Once again, the attack from Xiao Yan's hand was blocked by Jianming. Jianming blocked Xiao Yan's attack with one hand and looked at the sword aura that was on the verge of shattering around him. He could not help but be shocked by Xiao Yan's violence. With just a body of flesh and blood, he was able to unleash such a terrifying attack that almost shattered his protective sword aura. In his knowledge, other than Wu Jitian, no one else could compare to such a terrifying physical cultivation. Humph, Xiao Yan, you have really caused this D to look at you in a different light. Octane blast. Bang! Xiao Yan's attack was once again blocked by Jianming. The latter snorted coldly and laughed ruthlessly. What, after the first time, do you still expect a second time? Bang! Even though Jianming's heart was filled with disdain and ridicule, Xiao Yan once again ruthlessly kicked his face just as the words were about to leave his mouth. This time around, not only was Jianming sent flying, but even the protective sword aura around him was finally broken. Seeing this scene, not only the surrounding crowd, but even Wu Jitian and the others in the distance could not help but feel stunned in their hearts. Jianming had expected that Xiao Yan would use both his fists. However, he seemed to have forgotten that Xiao Yan still had a pair of legs that were even more overbearing. This time around, Jianming had indeed thought too highly of himself and had been careless. Otherwise, with his strength as a Do Di, how could Xiao Yan have caused him to repeatedly suffer losses? It was because Jianming had looked down on his enemy that he had repeatedly been defeated by Xiao Yan. At the end of the day, this could be considered as him asking for it. Get lost. Do you really think that you are able to contend against this D? This kick had broken through Jianming's protective sword aura and also seemed to have completely awakened him. Finally, a terrifying aura that had been suppressed for a long time swiftly swept out in all directions with Jianming's body as the epicenter when Jianming stood up unscathed. At the same time his voice sounded, for enormous swords that towered into the sky also swiftly rose from the ground around Xiao Yan's body, surrounding him within. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze and looked at the sky above him. That was his only way out at this moment. Xiao Yan's feet arched slightly as he prepared to jump out of the cage. Humph, trying to hide. It won't be so easy. Having already seen through Xiao Yan's intention, Jianming coldly snorted. The seal in his hand changed and another enormous sword swiftly formed above Xiao Yan's head. It was just waiting for Jianming's order to cut Xiao Yan in half. Sixth Style, Sword Seal. Chapter 378. The vast and mighty sword aura spread apart like a wave under the cry. The four enormous swords surrounding Xiao Yan trembled intensely. The ground cracked as the invisible sword aura unleashed a frightening pressure on Xiao Yan from all directions. This was especially the case with Xiao Yan's current King Kong glass body. It was impossible for him to dodge the suppression of the sword aura. Xiao Yan's body, which had leaped upward, was involuntarily paused in midair under the encirclement of the sword aura. Attempting to charge out of the encirclement was akin to ascending to heaven. This was especially the case after the enormous sword above Xiao Yan's head was formed. It was even more impossible for Xiao Yan to dodge this attack from Jianming. Jianming, you have repeatedly challenged this pavilion chief's bottom line. Do you really think that there is no one in my Yunin pavilion? Luo Jin suddenly took a step forward. Zhang Yi by his side followed closely behind. The pressure of a 2-star Do Di immediately swept out and swept toward Jian Ming and the others on the opposite side. Luo Jin's expression instantly became grave when he saw that Jian Ming had actually used the 6th move of his 7-sword skill, Sword Seal, which was famous for sealing off one's escape route. At the same time, a cluster of fierce fury suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. A pair of dark black eyes were about to spew out a scarlet flame. At this moment, the strength that Jian Ming had unleashed had clearly exceeded his strength by 20%. After repeatedly witnessing Xiao Yan's heaven-defying strength, Jian Ming clearly did not intend to let Xiao Yan leave alive. He wanted to eliminate all future troubles. If Xiao Yan did not die today, he would definitely become a great threat to their 4 sects in the future. Even if it was for the sake of their own survival, Jian Ming believed that Chen Zhen and the other 2 behind him would definitely not sit back and do nothing. TSK, Pavilion Chief, things have already come to this point. Don't tell me that you still hope to use your background to suppress our 4 sects. If the person behind you was here today, the 4 of us would really not dare to touch Xiao Yan. Unfortunately, Jian Ming's tone was dark and stern as he coldly laughed. At the same time, the Do Qi within his body swiftly surged. The 4 enormous swords that sealed Xiao Yan also glowed brightly. Wave after wave of vast and mighty pressure continued to spread from them, firmly suppressing Xiao Yan within that narrow space. Humph, Pavilion Chief, we originally did not intend to be enemies with you. As long as you do not interfere in this matter today, the 4 of us will naturally leave once we have finished off Xiao Yan. However, if you insist on using the Yunyin Pavilion's signboard to suppress us, don't blame us for fighting to the death with you. Chen Zhen's expression was cold as he faced Luo Jin. He gently stepped forward and a faint pressure spread out, completely blocking Zhang Yi's aura. At the same time, an invisible pressure turned into a circle that surrounded Zhang Yi and Luo Jin within it. In this way, any small action from the 2 of them would not be missed by Chen Zhen. It was just as Jian Ming had thought. Although Xiao Yan's current strength was insufficient to fight against them, his age was still there. Additionally, his strength far exceeded his own cultivation. Chen Zhen did not doubt that if they allowed Xiao Yan to continue growing, it was likely that the 4 of them would not be a match for him in the future even if they joined forces. They had done quite a lot of things to nip any possibility of a threat in the bud. On the other side, the moment Jian Ming's cry sounded, the enormous sword above Xiao Yan's head emitted a dazzling white glow at this moment, causing everyone present to be unable to open their eyes. Sword Seal. Under the order, the golden-colored enormous sword, which emitted a dazzling white glow, violently smashed down like a meteorite falling from the sky at this moment. Xiao Yan, who was surrounded from all sides, had no way of dodging this frightening attack. Once this sword really landed on his body, he would definitely die today. At the same time, however, a feeling of helplessness rose in Xiao Yan's heart. This attack of Jian Ming had displayed his true strength. Faced with an attack from an 8-star Do Di, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to block it with his current strength. Hence, if nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Yan would definitely die in Jian Ming's hands today. I can't care so much. No matter what happens today, I must first block these 4 lunatics. No matter what, I want Xiao Yan to live. Luo Jin was finally unable to endure any longer when he saw that Xiao Yan was in danger. He waved his hand and the greater 1-star plate, which was on the verge of shattering, once again appeared in his hand. All the Do Qi in his body poured into the greater 1-star plate in his hand at this moment. A cream-white glow immediately surged out from the star plate, transforming into numerous cream-white light ribbons that swiftly charged toward Chen Zhen's aura. At the same time, Zhang Yi by the side also swiftly danced with a solemn expression. Numerous complicated seals were swiftly formed as an ancient aura swiftly agglomerated in his palm. Huh! Sensing the aura between Zhang Yi's palms, even Wu Jitian and Yi Luo Tian, who had been sitting and watching, involuntarily turned their eyes over. Clearly, even though they were high-class Do Di, they could not help but be a little moved when faced with this Do skill in Zhang Yi's hand. Spirit class Do skill. Wu Jitian's eyes flickered as he spoke in a deep voice. This Do skill is likely an extremely extraordinary existence even among the spirit class Do skills. Elder Qin Zhen narrowed his eyes. This kind of Do skill was something that even they did not possess. It was unexpected that an ordinary elder of Yunin Pavilion would possess it. This also indirectly explained the strength of Yunin Pavilion to them. Silent extermination palm. Zhang Yi ignored the surprise of these few people. When the explosive cry from his mouth sounded, an enormous dark black palm immediately appeared in the empty space above his head. It carried an incomparably vast and mighty aura as it violently smashed toward Qin Zhen. Even though this was the case, Qin Zhen's expression remained calm. Although the spirit class Do skill was powerful, the gap in strength between him and Zhang Yi was not something that could be easily made up for with just one Do skill. A Do D was not comparable to a Ban D. At this level, only those who possessed truly great strength could dominate the battlefield. Cuckoo, Zhang Yi, you really make the old me envious. You, a 2-star Do D, actually possess a spirit class Do skill. Unfortunately, although the Do skill is quite good, it is ultimately unable to unleash its true strength in your hands. Qin Zhen stared enviously at the pitch-black heaven-towering palm, but a faint smile emerged from his mouth. Of course, the thing that surprises the old me the most is that since you have already displayed this Do skill, it is unexpected that you would actually point it at me. Don't tell me that you don't know that my defense is the strongest among the four of us. Today, the old me will let you witness the skills of a rank 5 formation master. A thought passed through Qin Zhen's mind as his cold laughter sounded. Immediately, a vast and frightening spiritual strength swiftly surged out from between his brows. It swiftly agglomerated into a mysterious large formation under Zhang Yi and Luo Jin's feet. This is bad. Quickly retreat. Luo Jin's pale face immediately changed drastically when he saw this. Although he reacted in time, it was ultimately too late. The moment Luo Jin's words left his mouth, the mysterious large golden formation had already been completely formed. Numerous golden light pillars with a diameter of 1 meter rose from the large formation and surrounded the two of them. 9 Heavenly Lightning Prison Formation, activate. The lightning prison formation was activated. Purgatory sighed. In today's battle, not only Xiao Yan, but even Luo Jin would have difficulty escaping death. Chapter 379. The expression on Xiao Yan's face, which was covered by the golden light, was extremely grave as he sensed the powerful sword aura pouncing toward him. Although he had yet to truly come into contact with the might of the enormous sword, just the aura that seeped out was enough to allow Xiao Yan to sense a dense aura of death. This kind of real aura was not only created by the frightening strength of the sword. Most of it was formed from the resentment that had accumulated on it after it had been used and fought countless times. It was difficult to imagine just how many experts had been killed by this enormous sword. The grave expression on Xiao Yan's face became denser the greater the might of this enormous sword. Even the usually fearless Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a sense of helplessness rising from his heart in the face of an elite Do D. A Ban D and a Do D were indeed two completely different levels. Even though their concepts were similar, the gap between them was like the gap between the heavens and the earth. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he would have difficulty dealing with a 9-star Ban D, much less an elite Do D in front of him. Was this the end of his journey? Xiao Yan muttered unwillingly in his heart. The dense white heavenly flame that rose on his body dimmed. His body softened, and Xiao Yan's small mountain-like body began to fall uncontrollably like a small boat under the wind pressure. If one lost confidence in one's body, all of one's strength would be in vain. If one's bones turned soft, how would one be able to stand up even if one's entire body was filled with muscles? Brat, are you really such a coward? Gu Yu's stern cry suddenly rose from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart as he powerlessly fell to the ground. At this moment, the only person who could rationally face all of this was likely Gu Yu, who was within Xiao Yan's body. However, unlike in the past, Gu Yu's words did not cause the expression on Xiao Yan's face to improve. The emotions in his heart had become incomparably low. Old Gu, there is no need for you to say anything more. I have really done my best. Perhaps this is my limit. This junior Xiao Yan will likely disappoint you. Xiao Yan's tightly clenched hands slowly relaxed. He seemed to have given up on the last trace of unwillingness in his heart. He had abandoned all resistance. He had already been completely defeated in front of absolute strength. There was no room for negotiation. At the same time, Xiao Yan's heart clearly understood that Guyu would not intervene this time around. He would not pitifully beg Guyu to intervene. Xiao Yan's strength, after all. Xiao Yan could not rely on Xiao Yan's strength to help him. Xiao Yan could not rely on Guyu. It's fine if you die, but don't tell me you want to implicate your brother. Open your eyes and take a look. Luo Jin is going all out to block the attacks of the formation. Even though he is seriously injured, he has never thought of giving up. He is doing all of this for you. Yet, look at you. You are actually giving up so easily. In that case, won't all of his efforts be wasted? Guyu's furious reprimand once again sounded in Xiao Yan's heart. This caused Xiao Yan to feel guilty and involuntarily stir a little. Xiao Yan lifted his eyes. He looked through the enormous swords formed from Do Qi and looked at the battleground where Luo Jin was fighting. Luo Jin, who was in the battleground, was repeatedly dodging with the pale-faced Zhang Yi beside him. Although Zhang Yi was also an elite Do Di, he was ultimately unable to resist an 8-star Do Di. At this moment, the two of them could only barely dodge the repeated attacks of the formation. During this period of time, Luo Jin had been injured by the light pillars of the formation due to his weaker strength. At this moment, not only was his aura weak, but his body was also swaying as he dodged. If not for Zhang Yi's protection, it was likely that he would have been unable to endure any longer. However, from the looks of the attacks of the formation, Qin Zhen had clearly held back. After all, the person in front of him was the chief of the Yunin Pavilion. No matter how one put it, he was not someone who could be easily killed. Qin Zhen did not doubt that if he were to really kill Luo Jin, it was likely that his refining god sect would be destroyed today, not even tomorrow. Hence, on the whole, Qin Zhen was merely trapping the two of them within the formation. He did not have any intention of killing them. However, at this moment, this was a different situation in Xiao Yan's eyes. Luo Jin was on the verge of death. This caused a fury to once again rise in Xiao Yan's eyes. Even though this was the case, he was unable to truly erupt. However, Xiao Yan's relaxed hand was once again curled up. All of this naturally fell into Guyu's eyes. Just treat it as me harming Luo Jin. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely use my life to repay him, Xiao Yan bitterly muttered in his heart. Humph. Afterlife? What a great afterlife. You may not care about Luo Jin, but are you going to ignore your ancestor as well? He did everything he could to make you who you are today. Why? Is this how you repay him? Guyu once again cried out sternly. At the same time, the emotions in Xiao Yan's heart fluctuated even more after his words sounded. He slowly lifted his lowered head. The fury in his eyes burned even more intensely. The golden light on the King Kong glass body flickered. The dim white heavenly flame gradually rose at this moment. It was just like a towering ancient tree that had been ignited. It was as if the rising flame would spurt out with just a slight provocation, and the entire world would be melted. The greater the emotional fluctuation in Xiao Yan's heart, the happier Guyu within his body was. He had said so much for this. Most of the time, one's potential was developed during an intense battle. However, that was merely the development of one's external potential. In comparison, a powerful heart could allow Xiao Yan to become stronger from the inside out. At this moment, the result that Guyu wanted could be considered to have been achieved. Now, all that was left was this final opportunity. As long as the strength in Xiao Yan's heart was unleashed, Guyu believed that the strength that Xiao Yan would unleash this time around would surpass his previous peak. Soon after, before the emotional fluctuation in Xiao Yan's heart could calm down, Guyu opened his mouth once again. Moreover, have you forgotten about your family? Your wife, your children, your father, and your teacher. They are all waiting for the day that you return with great expectations. However, you have chosen to give up when you have just begun. You have abandoned everything. Are you going to abandon them as well? If your family members break through and come here in the future, what will they do when they are similarly faced with life and death? If you give up, it will be equivalent to destroying their hopes. If you do not become stronger, you will never be able to protect your family. No. Guyu's decisive cry had just sounded when the quiet and unmoving Xiao Yan suddenly lifted his head. Xiao Yan, who was like a giant god, suddenly lifted his head in front of everyone's shocked eyes. A hoarse, earth-shaking roar was emitted from his mouth. The roar was like thunder. Although no doqi was poured in, there was still an invisible strength that broke through the wind and clouds. It even blocked the enormous sword that was swiftly descending for an instant. At this moment, a countless number of people felt shocked. Even the sect leaders of the 4 large sects could not help but turn their gazes toward Xiao Yan. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's body, which was covered by a dense white heavenly flame, suddenly shook in front of everyone's shocked eyes. The heavenly flame swiftly spread from under his feet and incinerated the large swords around him. At the same time, Xiao Yan's 2 enormous golden hands were swiftly lifted. His palms collided and his 10 fingers moved together. Numerous complicated seals were swiftly formed by Xiao Yan's hands. The heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body also surged. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change. First change. After the thunder-like cry sounded, a cluster of brilliant heavenly flames swiftly rose in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan widened his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. At the same time, the seals in his hands did not pause. Soon after, a second cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, Second Change. This time around, the flame that rose in front of Xiao Yan was the D flame, which was ranked first on the heavenly flame ranking. Xiao Yan did not hesitate as he swallowed it. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, Third Change. Bang! The dense white heavenly flame rose in front of Xiao Yan with a frighteningly high temperature. This was Guyu's bone-chilling flame. With Guyu's actual body in front of him, the bone-chilling flame in front of Xiao Yan was even stronger than the previous 2. At the same time, the strength that Xiao Yan obtained after using it would naturally become incomparably frightening. However, whether he could block this large sword was another matter. Chapter 380. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was originally trapped by the 4 enormous swords, no longer possessed the dispirited aura from before. Instead, it was replaced by a ruthless aura that resembled that of a demonic beast. His unwillingness and reluctance to part with his loved ones and friends had been completely ignited by Guyu's words. At the same time that Xiao Yan was rapidly executing the Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, Xiao Yan's mountain-like body was also violently trembling. The violent emotions in his heart caused him to be like an ignited barrel of dynamite. Every time he breathed, the wind and clouds in this region would surge. The instant Xiao Yan swallowed the bone-chilling flame, a berserk aura frantically surged from Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's cultivation also rapidly soared from the level of a 5-star half-martial emperor. In an instant, Xiao Yan's aura had actually broken through the level of an 8-star half-martial emperor and stepped into the level of a 9-star half-martial emperor. Even though this was only a temporary increase in strength, Xiao Yan still could not help but feel a fanaticism. Even though his state of mind was somewhat absent-minded, the fanaticism on Xiao Yan's face grew even denser. In the end, the aura within Xiao Yan's body stopped at the level of a 9-star half-martial emperor. The enormous gap between a half-martial emperor and a Dou emperor was not something that could be bridged by merely using a secret technique. However, the nearly crazy Xiao Yan was clearly not satisfied with this. After attempting to squeeze out the power of the heavenly flame again and again, Xiao Yan finally let out a hoarse roar like that of a demonic beast. At this moment, the Dou emperor's bloodline in his body suddenly surged. With the addition of his bloodline's power and the Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, Xiao Yan's aura finally increased once again. However, compared to earlier, Even though Xiao Yan had activated his bloodline's power, he had already crossed the barrier between a half-martial emperor and a Dou emperor. After all, the gap between the two was simply too enormous. Even with the support of his bloodline's power, Xiao Yan's aura was still only that of an advanced 9-star half-martial emperor. Roar! Xiao Yan seemed to be unwilling to give up. He had already used all his methods, but his strength still couldn't reach the level he wanted. This made him even more furious. At the same time, Ling Tian's giant sword came crashing down on Xiao Yan's head. It was already too late for Xiao Yan to make any other moves. Humph. Brat, stop trying to mystify things here. You're just relying on a secret technique. Do you really think you can contend against me? Jian Ming's expression involuntarily changed when he saw that the aura within Xiao Yan's body had once again become turbulent. However, the difference in their strength was obvious. He was not too concerned about the change in Xiao Yan's strength. From Jian Ming's point of view, regardless of how Xiao Yan jumped around, he would not be able to escape death. He did not believe that with Xiao Yan's little strength, Xiao Yan would not be able to survive under his Dou technique that caused even an elite Dou Di to tremble in fear. As for resisting, Jian Ming did not even think about it. Hoo! The tip of the golden sword came crashing down. The sharp sword aura cut apart the thick white heavenly flame on the surface of Xiao Yan's body, revealing Xiao Yan's body under the heavenly flame. Sensing the sword aura above his head, Xiao Yan raised his head. He felt as though his head was being cut by an invisible strength. An icy cold feeling gradually invaded his heart. Die! Jian Ming's face was ferocious. The aura of the golden sword became even more frightening under his control. The golden glow that it emitted also became increasingly glaring. Ha! A thunder-like sharp cry sounded. Xiao Yan's large hands were suddenly waved. Both of his arms shook and parted to both sides. The heavenly flame behind him surged out and agglomerated into numerous thick white flame swirls in the empty space around Xiao Yan's body. The flame swirls had just been formed when Xiao Yan immediately waved both of his arms. His large arms carried a hoo-hoo sound of rushing wind. The heavenly flame rose on both of his arms. As the wind blew, the flame flew. Xiao Yan's two arms were like a pair of enormous flame wings. They moved against the wind, giving off a feeling of being towering over the world. At the same time that Xiao Yan's two large palms violently slammed together, the heavenly flame swept out. Numerous thick flame-light pillars suddenly soared into the sky from the flame swirls around him. They met the enormous sword that was descending toward Xiao Yan's head. Ga, you really don't know your limits. You actually dare to receive this D-sword seal. You are really seeking death. The corner of Jian Ming's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a mocking smile when he saw that Xiao Yan was actually using offense as defense and had no intention of retreating. This sword seal of his had killed an unknown number of elite Dou Di. At this moment, Xiao Yan in front of him, a mere Ban-Di, would not be able to block his sword seal even if he added the various Dou techniques on his body. However, Xiao Yan, who was currently in a furious state, naturally did not have the mood to care whether he could block it or not. He would only do his best to face any battle head-on. Although the aura of the heavenly flame light pillar was not weak, it could not avoid being cut apart under the sharpness of the enormous sword. By the time the heavenly flame disappeared and the energy of the flame light pillar was completely exhausted, the golden glow that covered Ling Tian's enormous sword did not change. Instead, its sharp aura became even more overbearing. Wave after wave of invisible sword aura swept apart. Within this space of the four walls, it formed an even more vast and mighty energy wave that smashed toward Xiao Yan. Roar! A wild and furious beast-like roar shook the sky. Xiao Yan raised his head. A heavenly flame spat out from his pair of flickering golden eyes. With each breath that Xiao Yan took, there would be waves of fire sweeping out from his mouth and nose. Under the golden light, Xiao Yan's face was ferocious. There was an arrogant expression between his brows. Suddenly, Xiao Yan raised both of his palms to his chest. His 10 fingers moved together. Each time his fingertips collided, there would be a circle of invisible energy spreading out, causing the space around Xiao Yan to tremble unceasingly. At the same time, the wild and violent energy that was agglomerated from the heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body also swiftly gathered in Xiao Yan's palms. Following each breath that Xiao Yan took, everyone in the area could sense the empty space trembling and the land trembling because of it. Ancient Emperor Seal. When Xiao Yan spat out these 3 words one by one with a deep tone, a deep aura, like a hidden dragon emerging from the sea, spread out from Xiao Yan's palm. At the same time, a dazzling golden light condensed into a mysterious golden seal in Xiao Yan's broad right palm. It covered Xiao Yan's entire right palm. In the next instant, just as the enormous sword was about to land on Xiao Yan's head, Xiao Yan's right palm suddenly struck out. The golden seal in his hand left his palm and expanded rapidly. Immediately after, the golden seal carried a vast and mighty aura and violently collided with the enormous sword. Boom! The instant the golden seal and the enormous sword collided, a terrifying doqi wave immediately surged out from the point of collision, reverberating within this narrow space. The enormous sword shook and a terrifying pressure immediately pressed down like Mount Tai. The enormous golden seal also involuntarily sank slightly. Xiao Yan's expression immediately became ugly. Roar! Xiao Yan's entire body shook violently, scattering the doqi wave that was attacking him. At the same time, doqi wildly surged in his palm. His face was ferocious as he forcefully blocked the enormous sword. However, Xiao Yan's actions were destined to not be a long-term solution. Even if he used all his strength, he would definitely not be a match for the sword attack of an elite Do Di. At this moment, the reason he was able to block this sword was because Jian Ming had yet to truly use the strength of this sword seal. At this moment, just the strength of this sword sinking and the sword aura that it contained had already caused Xiao Yan to have such a difficult time. It was difficult to imagine whether Xiao Yan would have the chance to block it if the strength of this enormous sword were to truly erupt. Crack! A moment later, a crack line suddenly appeared on the enormous golden seal. The tip of the sword, which was emitting a dazzling golden glow, pierced into it. A frightening, enormous force poured down and Xiao Yan's body, which was suspended in midair, immediately sank significantly. Even the enormous golden seal also began to tremble intensely at this moment. Xiao Yan, with this little strength of yours, even if I were to give you more secret techniques, they would ultimately be nothing more than empty bravado. They are all talk but no form. At the end of the day, you are still a useless person. Jian Ming's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression when he saw that Xiao Yan was actually able to block his sword. However, when that crack line appeared on the golden seal, Jian Ming's face was once again replaced with a disdainful ridicule. Humph. Alright, I've played enough. Next, I'll let you experience the true power of this Emperor's sword seal. After a cold cry was emitted, Jian Ming waved his 2 fingers. Immediately, the aura on the enormous sword suddenly erupted. A frightening strength instantly pressed down. Xiao Yan's body, which had just stabilized, once again fell uncontrollably. That enormous sword also followed and violently slashed down. Bang! Accompanied by a violent bang, the enormous golden seal in front of Xiao Yan was instantly shattered by the enormous sword. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was below, couldn't help but immediately spit out a large mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened. Die! Xiao Yan's body fell uncontrollably, and the enormous sword followed closely behind. The tip of the sword was aimed at Xiao Yan's chest. The sword wind was sharp and the sword aura surged. Bang! Xiao Yan's body heavily smashed into the ground below. His small mountain-like body smashed into the ground, forming a pit that was dozens of feet deep. Fresh blood sprayed out and the large sword also fell at this moment. Xiao Yan. Little friend Xiao Yan. Within the formation, Luo Jin and Zhang Yi cried out in shock. Luo Jin's hands, which were stained with his own blood, trembled violently as he clenched them together. His expression was hideous. He did not expect that the few people in front of him would be so daring. In the next moment, when Luo Jin saw the enormous sword tip pierce Xiao Yan's chest, the only thought in his mind was, today, he must massacre the 4 sects. Chapter 381. Bang! When Xiao Yan's final punch shattered the huge sword hilt that he was tightly holding in his hand, Xiao Yan's body powerlessly fell backward. Bang! Another bang sounded and the golden light scattered. The King Kong glass body that Xiao Yan was bitterly supporting also scattered at this moment. Xiao Yan's body violently fell from the air and finally landed at the bottom of the huge deep pit below. If not for the bone-chilling flame protecting his body, it was likely that this fall, in addition to the injuries on Xiao Yan's body, would have been enough to take his life. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. This guy actually shattered that sword. Is he really just a bandit? That is an elite Do-D. How did this fellow do it? He is actually able to shatter the weapon that a Do-D had agglomerated. Tisk tsk, don't forget the most important thing. Jian Ming, the Sword Emperor, is the chief of one of the 4 large sects of the Western region. His strength has reached the level of an 8-star Do-D. Even in the entire Western region, the number of people who can contend with him can be counted with one's fingers. That's right. Xiao Yan is actually able to shatter the weapon that the Sword Emperor had agglomerated. Regardless of whether the Sword Emperor had used his full strength or not, Xiao Yan's name will likely spread throughout the Western region after today. Ugh, how unfortunate. Regardless of how strong Xiao Yan is, the chiefs of the 4 large sects have personally stepped forward today. Even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough for them to kill him. Becoming famous is merely an illusion. What a pity, what a pity. Various discussions and laments were repeatedly emitted from the crowd outside the battleground. Green Jade City, which had originally become quiet because of the big battle, had once again become noisy because of Xiao Yan's collapse. However, compared to the private conversations of the people outside the battleground, Jian Ming's face was gloomy at this moment. He had never expected that Xiao Yan would actually be so valiant. Xiao Yan had risked his life to break his 6th sword seal. However, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan's actions had aroused the killing intent of the 4 sect masters. Xiao Yan had repeatedly created miracles that were completely impossible in their eyes. They no longer had the mood to investigate the reason behind this. At this moment, the 4 elite Do-D only had one thought in their hearts. That was to eliminate Xiao Yan and eliminate all future troubles. Jian Ming, now that things have come to this, could it be that you still want to hold back? An undue delay is fraught with dreams. You should act immediately and kill Xiao Yan to eliminate all future troubles. Chen Zhen's hand under his sleeves suddenly clenched tightly. The 9 heavenly lightning prison formation behind him immediately shot out tens of thousands of dense rays of light. Numerous thick blood-colored thunderbolts soared into the sky. The entire great formation was gradually changed into a strange blood-red color. This was the true form of the 9 heavens lightning prison formation. Chen Zhen. You are really bold. We are the Yunin Pavilion. Once anything happens to our pavilion chief, none of your 4 great sects will be able to survive. Zhang Yi's heart suddenly sank when he saw this scene. He knew that Chen Zhen really intended to kill. Once that happened, it was likely that he and Luo Jin would really be in danger. However, from his point of view, it was nothing if he died. The most important thing was Luo Jin by his side. As an elder of the Yunin Pavilion, Zhang Yi's greatest mission was to ensure Luo Jin's safety. In order to complete this mission, he was even willing to sacrifice his own life. However, Zhang Yi was unwilling to use this method unless he had no other choice. Ha, Elder Zhang Yi, don't be foolish. Didn't the pavilion chief say that as long as Xiao Yan dies, he will destroy our 4 great sects? Since we are going to die either way, why not drag someone down with us? Moreover, using the life of a bandit in exchange for 4 of our Do-Ds is a great deal for you. Chen Zhen laughed mockingly when he heard this. His old face was filled with a cold expression. A cold glint shot out from his deep old eyes. The killing intent within them was not hidden at all. Humph. Qin Zhen, do you really dare to kill me? Compared to Zhang Yi by the side, Luo Jin was much calmer at this moment. Luo Jin raised his head with a pale face. His gaze focused on Qin Zhen as he asked in a deep voice. Humph. Elder Chen narrowed his eyes. He flicked his index finger and a golden light instantly shot toward Luo Jin's forehead. The latter's body stiffened and immediately became weak. Pavilion Chief. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yi's old face was immediately filled with shock. He bent his body forward and hurriedly supported Luo Jin. Only when he discovered that the latter had merely fainted did he heave a long sigh of relief in his heart. After helping Luo Jin consume a D-tier medicinal pill, he looked at Qin Zhen with a fierce gaze. However, the latter had already turned his gaze away at this moment. Qin Zhen, looks like that brat guessed correctly. You really don't dare to kill him. Wu Jitian had been observing the situation in the arena. When he saw this, he could not help but quietly laugh at Qin Zhen. Even if you had 10 times the courage, would you dare to kill him? Qin Zhen coldly snorted in response. For the sake of his old life, he did not dare to kill Luo Jin so easily. After all, the latter's identity was too special. Before he had absolute confidence, not only could he not kill Luo Jin even if Luo Jin was about to die, but he also had to save him. As long as he had Luo Jin in his hands, even if the people behind the Yunin Pavilion really came looking for him, he might still have a chance to resist. Otherwise, he would really lose everything. At this moment, Luo Jin had become their protective talisman. As long as they used him to threaten the people from the Yunin Pavilion, they would not dare to do anything to them. When the time came, they just had to force them to swear on the lightning penalty oath and return Luo Jin to them. I have been watching this side the whole time. When you knocked him out, I almost made a move. If I had not noticed it in time, I'm afraid that Brat would have had absolute confidence in himself. Seeing Qin Zhen admit it, Wu Jitian chuckled. Under his seemingly rough smile, there was a wisdom that did not match his appearance at all. In this way, not only could he kill Xiao Yan and obtain the Sky Extinction Steps, but he could also avoid being hunted down by the Yunin Pavilion. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone, so why not? On the other side, Yi Luo Tian looked at the scene with a smile on his face. He stroked his beard with one hand and a pair of bright eyes rolled around in their sockets. An extremely obscure dark light flashed across his deep pupils. Next, there was Jian Ming. Ever since Jian Ming heard Qin Zhen's words, he could not help but recall the time when he was crushed by that mysterious expert. That was a pain that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Even if he spent the rest of his life, he would not be able to erase it. It was also because of this that he did not dare to kill Xiao Yan before he had absolute confidence. However, at this moment, seeing that Luo Jin had been subdued by Qin Zhen, as one of the 4 great sects, he naturally understood the latter's intentions. With an answer in his heart, he would naturally not have any misgivings when he attacked. Xiao Yan, it must be said that you are the first person this D has seen since I started training to be able to struggle for so long under the continuous attacks of a Do D. However, it is also because of this that the more heaven-defying your ability is, the more this D wants to kill you. This is your fate and also the will of the heavens. Therefore, you should obediently die. Jian Ming's face carried disdain as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was lying in the huge pit. A thought passed through his heart and hundreds of sharp swords immediately agglomerated in the air. The sword aura surged. Following Jian Ming's order, the hundreds of swords immediately shot toward Xiao Yan, who was lying in the huge pit below. This time around, Jian Ming wanted Xiao Yan to die until he could not die. Today, even if the heavens came, Xiao Yan must die in front of him. Swoosh! The hundreds of sharp swords carried a sharp sound of rushing wind as they transformed into numerous rays of light in the empty space. They were like raindrops that filled the sky. In an instant, they had already arrived within 100 feet of Xiao Yan. The invisible sword aura had already left crisscrossing sword scars on the ground around Xiao Yan's body. In the next moment, the long swords had already arrived at Xiao Yan's head. In an instant, Xiao Yan would be completely dead. However, at this moment, a dull yet earth-shaking old voice, which appeared extremely overbearing, suddenly resounded throughout the area. Get lost. Chapter 382. Bang! When Xiao Yan's final punch shattered the huge sword hilt that he was tightly holding in his hand, Xiao Yan's body powerlessly fell backward. Bang! Another bang sounded and the golden light scattered. The King Kong glass body that Xiao Yan was bitterly supporting also scattered at this moment. Xiao Yan's body violently fell from the air and finally landed at the bottom of the huge deep pit below. If it were not for the bone-chilling flame protecting his body, it was likely that this fall, in addition to the injuries on his body earlier, would have been enough to take Xiao Yan's life. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. This guy actually shattered that sword. Is he really just a bandit? That is a do-di. How did this fellow do it? He is actually able to shatter the weapon that a do-di had agglomerated. Tisk tsk, don't forget the most important thing. Jian Ming, the Sword Emperor, is the chief of one of the 4 large sects of the Western region. His strength has reached the level of an 8-star do-di. Even in the entire Western region, the number of people who can contend with him can be counted with one's fingers. That's right. Xiao Yan is actually able to shatter the weapon that the Sword Emperor had agglomerated. Regardless of whether the Sword Emperor had used his full strength, Xiao Yan's name will likely spread throughout the Western region after today. Ugh, what a pity. Regardless of how strong Xiao Yan is, the chiefs of the 4 large sects have personally stepped forward today. Even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough for them to kill him. Becoming famous is merely an illusion. What a pity, what a pity. Various discussions and laments were repeatedly emitted from the crowd outside the battleground. Green Jade City, which had originally become quiet because of the big battle, had once again become noisy because of Xiao Yan's collapse. However, compared to the private conversations of the people outside the battleground, Jian Ming's face was gloomy at this moment. He had never expected that Xiao Yan would actually be so valiant. Xiao Yan had risked his life to break his 6th sword seal. However, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan's actions had aroused the killing intent of the 4 sect masters. Xiao Yan had created miracles that were completely impossible in their eyes time and time again. They no longer had the mood to investigate the reason behind this. At this moment, the 4 elite do-di only had one thought in their hearts. That was to eliminate Xiao Yan and eliminate all future troubles. Jian Ming, now that things have come to this, could it be that you still want to hold back? A long delay is fraught with dreams. You should act immediately and kill Xiao Yan to eliminate all future troubles. Chen Zhen's hand under his sleeves suddenly clenched tightly. The 9 heavenly lightning prison formation behind him immediately shot out tens of thousands of dense rays of light. Numerous thick blood-colored thunderbolts soared into the sky. The entire great formation was gradually changed into a strange blood-red color. This was the true form of the 9 heavens lightning prison formation. Chen Zhen. You are really bold. We are the Yunin Pavilion. Once anything happens to our pavilion chief, none of your 4 great sects will be able to survive. Zhang Yi's heart suddenly sank when he saw this scene. He knew that Chen Zhen really intended to kill. Once that happened, it was likely that he and Luo Jin would really be in danger. However, from his point of view, it was nothing if he died. The most important thing was Luo Jin by his side. As an elder of the Yunin Pavilion, Zhang Yi's greatest mission was to ensure Luo Jin's safety. In order to complete this mission, he was even willing to pay the price with his life. However, Zhang Yi was unwilling to use this method unless he had no other choice. Ha, Elder Zhang Yi, don't be foolish. Didn't the pavilion chief say that as long as Xiao Yan dies, he will destroy our 4 great sects? Since we are going to die either way, why not drag someone down with us? Moreover, using the life of a bandit in exchange for 4 of our dodis is a great deal for you. Chen Zhen laughed mockingly when he heard this. His old face was filled with a cold expression. A cold glint shot out from his deep old eyes. The killing intent within them was not hidden at all. Humph. Chen Zhen, do you really dare to kill me? Compared to Zhang Yi by the side, Luo Jin was much calmer at this moment. Luo Jin raised his head with a pale face. His gaze focused on Chen Zhen as he asked in a deep voice. Humph. Elder Chen narrowed his eyes. He flicked his index finger and a golden light instantly shot toward Luo Jin's forehead. The latter's body stiffened and immediately became weak. Pavilion Chief. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yi's old face was immediately filled with shock. He bent his body forward and hurriedly supported Luo Jin. Only when he discovered that the latter had merely fainted did he heave a long sigh of relief in his heart. After helping Luo Jin consume a D-tier medicinal pill, he looked at Chen Zhen with a fierce gaze. However, the latter had already turned his gaze away at this moment. Chen Zhen, looks like that brat guessed correctly. You really don't dare to kill him. Wu Jitian had been observing the situation in the arena. When he saw this, he could not help but quietly laugh at Chen Zhen. Humph, would you dare to kill him even if you had 10 times the courage? Chen Zhen coldly snorted in response. For the sake of his old life, he did not dare to kill Luo Jin so easily. After all, the latter's identity was too special. Before he had absolute confidence, not only could he not kill Luo Jin even if Luo Jin was about to die, but he also had to save him. As long as he had Luo Jin in his hands, even if the people behind the Yunin Pavilion really came looking for him, he might still have a chance to resist. Otherwise, he would really have nothing left. At this moment, Luo Jin had become their protective talisman. As long as they used him to threaten the people from the Yunin Pavilion, they probably would not dare to do anything to them. When the time came, they just had to force them to swear on the lightning penalty oath and return Luo Jin to them. I have been watching this all this time. When you knocked him out, I almost made a move. If I had not noticed it in time, I'm afraid that brat would have absolute confidence. Seeing that Chen Zhen admitted it, Wu Jitian chuckled. Under his seemingly rough smile, there was a wisdom that did not match his appearance at all. In this way, not only could he kill Xiao Yan and obtain the sky extinction steps, but he could also avoid being hunted down by the Yunin Pavilion. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone, so why not? On the other side, Yi Luo Tian looked at the scene with a smile on his face. He stroked his beard with one hand and a pair of bright eyes rolled around in their sockets. An extremely obscure light flashed across his deep pupils. Next, there was Jian Ming. Ever since Jian Ming heard Chen Zhen's words, he could not help but recall the time when he was crushed by that mysterious expert. That was the pain of his life. Even if he used his entire life, he would not be able to erase it. It was also because of this that he did not dare to kill Xiao Yan before he had absolute confidence. However, at this moment, seeing that Luo Jin had been subdued by Chen Zhen, as one of the 4 great sects, he naturally understood the latter's intentions. With an answer in his heart, he naturally did not have any misgivings when he attacked. Xiao Yan, it must be said that you are the first person this D has seen since I started training to be able to struggle for so long under the continuous attacks of a Do D. However, it is also because of this that the more heaven-defying your ability is, the more this D wants to kill you. This is your fate and also the will of the heavens. Therefore, you should obediently die. Jian Ming's face carried disdain as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was lying in the huge pit. A thought passed through his heart and hundreds of sharp swords immediately agglomerated in the air. The sword aura surged. Following Jian Ming's order, the hundreds of swords immediately shot toward Xiao Yan, who was lying in the huge pit below. This time around, Jian Ming wanted Xiao Yan to die until he could not die. Today, even if the emperor came, Xiao Yan must die in front of him. Swoosh! The hundreds of sharp swords carried a sharp sound of rushing wind as they turned into numerous rays of light in the empty space. They were like raindrops that filled the sky. In an instant, they had already arrived within 100 feet of Xiao Yan. The invisible sword aura had already left crisscrossing sword scars on the ground around Xiao Yan's body. In the next moment, the long swords had already arrived at Xiao Yan's head. In an instant, Xiao Yan would be completely dead. However, at this moment, a dull yet earth-shaking old voice, which appeared extremely overbearing, suddenly resounded throughout the area. Get lost. Chapter 383. This sudden unexpected change also caused the hearts of Jian Ming and the others to be startled. However, by the time they recovered, they could only see that the rain of swords that permeated the sky was actually not under Jian Ming's control as they swiftly exploded. Bang 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 bang, within a short couple of breaths' time, the hundreds of swords, which had an overbearing might and were about to kill Xiao Yan, were like balloons that had been inflated and burst. They were swiftly annihilated, transforming into energy light spots that permeated the sky. After which, they slowly disappeared from this world. Such a shocking scene caused a chill to rise within the hearts of everyone present. It was difficult to imagine that the swords that were agglomerated by an elite Dou Di had once again been broken. Moreover, compared to Xiao Yan, who had used all of his strength to shatter them earlier, this scene was undoubtedly even more shocking. In an instant, everyone outside the battleground involuntarily began to whisper to each other, causing the atmosphere in the battleground to gradually become a little solemn. Compared to the shock in the hearts of everyone outside, the old face of Jian Ming, who was the owner of the swords, appeared incomparably solemn. There was no need to say anything. The strength of the person who had attacked was likely at least at the Dou Di class. Moreover, based on Jian Ming's guess, it was likely that the strength of this person was not weaker than any of the four of them at this moment. Damn it, who exactly is this person? Since when did the Western region have an additional elite Dou Di whose strength is comparable to ours? Don't tell me, this fellow is someone from the Yunyin Pavilion? Immediately, it was not just Jian Ming. Wu Jitian and the others behind him also swiftly swept their eyes over the surrounding area with solemn gazes. It was as though they wanted to find the person who had attacked. At this moment, Chen Zhen's heart was suddenly greatly shocked. This person was actually able to avoid detection under his powerful spiritual strength as a rank 5 formation master. The strength of this person was likely not something that Chen Zhen and the others could compare with. If he had not intervened to save Xiao Yan earlier and had instead directly charged at Chen Zhen, it was likely that the current Chen Zhen would have ended up seriously injured. Large amounts of cold sweat involuntarily appeared on Chen Zhen's forehead when he thought of this. Even the clothes on his body were quickly drenched in sweat. At the same time, however, Chen Zhen's old tree root-like finger curled slightly under his sleeves. Dou Qi agglomerated in his palm. His feet withdrew a little without leaving a trace and approached the formation behind him. He was already prepared. If the other party was really an expert from the Yunyin Pavilion, regardless of what happened today, he must first control Luo Jin in his hands even if he did not kill Xiao Yan. Only by controlling Luo Jin would he be able to choose a path of survival. After all, if the other party was also a Dou Di, he would really be in trouble if Luo Jin was forcefully taken away. May I know who you are? If possible, I would like to invite you to show yourself. At this moment, Wu Jitian, who had the most fiery temperament, was more direct. His body shook as he stood firmly on the ground. His figure was tall and straight as he cupped his fists and cupped them towards the empty sky. His rough voice slowly sounded. As the saying went, one would not slap a smiling face. Now that Wu Jitian was treating him with respect, the unknown powerhouse would naturally not continue to be rude. However, the result was not what Wu Jitian had expected. Not only was it not like it, but it also caused his expression to change. I will now give you two choices. First, leave these three behind and leave immediately. I can treat it as if nothing has happened. Second, the three of them will still stay behind. At the same time, the four of you will also stay here forever. The aged voice sounded extremely calm, but within that calmness, there was an incomparably domineering majesty. Under this imposing manner, no one could go against it. Humph. A coward who hides his head but only shows his tail actually dares to boast so shamelessly. This D wants to see where you get the courage to say such words. Wu Jitian was furious when he heard this. His body shook and his two large hands suddenly clenched into fists. The aura of his entire body shook and the do-chi in his body swiftly surged out. The shoulder armor on his left chest began to wiggle as if it was alive. However, just as Wu Jitian's aura was about to erupt, a thunder-like sound was suddenly emitted from the sky. Bang! In merely an instant, when everyone present heard the sound, everyone in Green Jade City saw Wu Jitian's bear-like strong body being sent flying by an invisible strength without any forewarning. Grug! Wu Jitian's body violently fell to the ground. Only then did his mouth involuntarily spit out a large mouthful of fresh blood. His originally sleek red face swiftly turned pale. The aura of his body had also weakened greatly at this moment. This is the first time. I also hope that this will be the last time. I have given all of you a chance. Get lost. By the time everyone recovered, the faint old voice had once again reverberated in the sky above Green Jade City. It reverberated for a long time. Only at this moment did Chen Zhen, Jian Ming, Yi Luo Tian, and Wu Jitian, who had been sent flying earlier, completely recover from the shock in their hearts. Even the four elite Do-Di, who possessed a high position in the western region, had an endless amount of fear lingering in their hearts at this moment. They were certain that the strength of this mysterious expert had already surpassed the level of a Do-Di. It was likely that he was at least at the origin transformation realm. The bodies of Chen Zhen and the other three involuntarily trembled intensely when they thought of this. The shock in their hearts was difficult to describe. Origin transformation expert, even in the entire Yuan continent, an expert of this level would be an extremely powerful existence with an extremely high status. This point could be seen just by looking at Tianju. Ugh, se, elder, we did not intend to offend you. It is just that we were a little anxious earlier. That is why we have angered elder. Ugh, elder, please do not take offense. Wu Jitian's face was filled with fear as he stood up with difficulty. Although the force in his body was not very strong, that attack had caused quite a serious injury to his physical body. It was likely that he would not be able to recover for a long time. In that case, why aren't all of you getting lost? The old low cry suddenly sounded. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that shook Wu Jitian and the others until they felt dizzy. There was no need to even mention the ordinary cultivators standing outside the arena. Hearing this, the four of them exchanged glances with each other. Chen Zhen's eyes vaguely glanced behind him. Zhang Yi was wholeheartedly guarding Luo Jin. Although he knew that someone had come to save him, he did not move. No matter what, he had to prioritize Luo Jin's safety. Seeing that Zhang Yi was guarding Luo Jin, Chen Zhen could not help but secretly frown. In this way, it would be impossible for him to take down Luo Jin immediately. Once he took action, the mysterious expert would probably leave him here forever, just as he had said. However, if he did not take action now, once the faction behind Yunim Pavilion learned of this matter, they would likely not let the matter rest. Put away your thoughts and get lost. Otherwise, I will take care of you right now. A thunderous sound entered Chen Zhen's ears, causing his body to tremble violently. When he recovered, he hurriedly cupped his hands towards the sky and shouted in a trembling voice, "Brother Chen Zhen, Brother Chen Zhen, Brother Chen Zhen. I will get lost now. I will get lost now. I will get lost now." Before he finished speaking, Chen Zhen hurriedly turned around and flew out of Emerald City as if he was fleeing for his life. Behind him, Wu Jitian and the others cupped their hands towards the sky and retreated. Then, they quickly flew in 4 different directions.